Is there a clicker? Sorry. Is there a clicker available?
I'll go on.
She'll get one. This is a potential speaker.
Yes, exactly. That's what
She organizes East Vietnam and yeah.
I can send you the information.
Test. Both of us.
You open your Twitter DMs and there will be like,
How's this? Crypto with no man on stage for now.
Yay.
my account, here's my seed phrase. Oh yeah. Only one of them? I have
How should I click?
So they've run up to get a clicker.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I get like in my DMs.
Are you level checking yet? Or are you going live?
So it's, for me, it's a meme. Why? What's the actual like rationale?
It was for me it was that they arrested the donor They said, okay, I'm off.
But,
Test.
do you feel Twitter really facilitated with that, or do you just
Test.
take the risk?
Test.
I'm live. Welcome to the IRL Merge Party, the second part, the morning after, where some of us were here yesterday night, all night, and the rest of us are here bright and shiny. So delighted to start it off with Ying Tong's speech on the roll-up centric roadmap for Ethereum going forward. And yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Ying Tong, and I'm an engineer at Zcash. I also used to work at the Ethereum Foundation, and I still collaborate with them on a bunch of projects such as the ZK AVM. So today I'm going to talk about the roll-up centric roadmap. So this actually goes by several names, including EIP 4844, as well as proto-dunk sharding. So these all refer to the same thing. And this is basically a protocol that's going to be implemented post-merge that's going to make Ethereum very cheap for rollups. So I know maybe this talk was advertised as a ZK talk, and so this is not a ZK talk. It's about the rollup-centric roadmap. However, as we'll see, there's lots of affinities between proto-dunk sharding's design and ZK snarks. And also this is making Ethereum friendlier to rollups, including ZK rollups. So we can go to the next slide. So who is controlling the slides on this thing? I am? Oh, there's the computer, right. Thank you. So this is the next slide. Now, post-merge, the beacon chain is going to start processing our normal Ethereum transactions. So it's going to be doing the execution and including the transactions in the beacon blocks. And on the next slide, we'll see that dunk sharding proposes the inclusion of a different transaction format, namely the data transaction. So what's different about the data transaction is that it's not meaningfully parsed by the nodes in any way. Instead, it's just treated as a blob of data. And so smart contracts have no way to access the data inside these blobs. All they can see in the transaction is a commitment to the data. These data transactions and data blobs are useful in the context of rollups. So next slide. Now this is a high-level overview of how the data transactions are created. So given a blob of data, we can represent it as a vector of field elements from a finite field. And we can make a commitment to this vector. What proto-dunk sharding proposes is a commitment scheme called the KZG commitment. And basically, this is just a linear combination of these field elements multiplied by some group elements from a trusted setup. So we can commit to a whole vector of field elements representing the data blob using just one group element, C. Next. Oh, okay. Technical difficulties. Yeah, sorry about this. Cool, we're back. So now what's interesting about the KZG polynomial commitment scheme is that it's actually widely used in ZK snarks. So I definitely found this to be a nice and familiar scheme, having worked a lot in ZK snarks. So anyone who's familiar with a snark construction, the KZG commitment comes in at the last step, and it's what's called a cryptographic compiler that makes a ZK snark scheme actually real and actually efficient. So what this means as well is with the introduction of precompiles for processing point evaluations in KZG commitments, the Ethereum base chain will be a lot more friendly to any scheme using KZG commitments. And in fact, zero-knowledge protocols such as Plonk and Marlin do use the KZG commitments. So that's exciting for anyone who works on ZK snarks. So having said all that, we're still left with data blobs that basically we cannot parse and that smart contracts cannot access, and they seem pretty meaningless. All we have in the data transaction is a commitment to some blob. So why is this useful? And the reason is rollups. So for those of us who are not familiar with rollups, let's go through just a spark notes. Rollups are a layer 2 scaling solution for Ethereum, whereby execution is moved off-chain and processed on the rollup. So how rollups actually communicate with the layer 1 is that they commit the result of their execution back to layer 1. And so all that layer 1 has to process is some succinct proof of the execution of a series of transactions, and this moves the load of execution off layer 1 onto layer 2. And now we're going to run through a few rollup designs, and we're going to see basically how they'll interact with proto-donk sharding. So the first class of rollups is called optimistic rollups. And this is when basically transactions happening on layer 2 are first optimistically included in layer 1. And optimistically because we haven't yet verified whether or not they're correct. Now, optimistic rollups have a challenge window built in, and this challenge window is to allow for any watchers to submit fraud proofs and to catch invalid state transitions that had been optimistically submitted. So I think on the rollup optimism, this window is 7 days. And within 7 days, if nobody submits a fraud proof, a successful fraud proof, then the window closes and the state transition becomes canonical. Now, if, Yeah, could I see the previous slide? Yeah, so if someone does submit a fault proof, then the process of verifying the fault proof is when we'll actually need data. So we'll need the data of this state transition to be available on layer 1, to be available to the smart contract. And so previously, how optimistic rollups achieved this was by posting these transactions directly onto Ethereum call data. And that's what made optimistic rollups kind of expensive to use, because you have to pay money to use call data, right? So now with proto-dunk sharding, this data is no longer put into call data. Instead, is put into one of those blobs, right? And when we need to use the data in those blobs, meaning when we're trying to execute a fault proof, what the fault proof has to include is basically the commitment to the data, which any smart contract can access, as well as some proof of inclusion of the valid bits of the data included in the fault proof. So it's kind of a stateless fault proof. You're submitting bits of relevant data, and in the same transaction, you're proving that in fact this data is the same data that was committed to in the blob. Yeah. So so that was optimistic rollups. Now for ZK rollups, it gets a little more interesting. Now ZK rollups differ from the optimistic design in the sense that each state transition is provably correct at the time it's submitted to the chain. So there's no challenge window, there's no optimism, there's no chance that it could be wrong. If this proof of the state transition passes, then it was a valid state transition. So how this is achieved is using ZK snarks right now. And this is an example of a statement that can be proven inside a ZK snark, a statement that encodes the business logic of your ZK rollup. Yeah. So why ZK rollups need data availability is basically for liveness guarantees, in the sense that now you don't need access to data for fault proofs anymore. However, if the data here were not made available, then the operator of this rollup could plausibly just disappear or shut down one day, and nobody would be able to recover. Nobody would be able to make the next proof. Because to make the next proof, you do need access privately to all this data. So that's why ZK rollups currently also post all their data onto call data. Right. I'm going to describe how they interact with proto-dunk sharding, but before that, here's a cute variant on the ZK rollup, and it's becoming quite popular nowadays. It's called the ZK EVM. So it basically generalizes the state transition logic of the rollup, and in particular, the generalization is that they put the EVM inside a ZK snark. So on layer 2, you're running bytecode that is identical to what you would run on layer 1. And you run it inside a snark, and you run it in such a way that its execution is provably correct. So I think we can skip this. Let's skip this. Skip. Yeah, my slides are a little out of order, but this is what I mentioned just now. Like what rollups have in common, what separates them from other L2 solutions like sidechains or Validiums, is the fact that they post their transactions, their state deltas, to call data. And so rollups have a data availability guarantee that is provided by the base chain. Yeah. So let's see. And as we saw before, in proto-dunk sharding, instead of posting this state delta directly to call data, which is expensive, we now put it in a data blob, And all the main chain sees now is a tiny commitment to the data blob. So we described just now how we could use this in optimistic rollups for fault proofs. And we'll see now the ZK rollup, how the ZK rollup is going to interact with this is that in addition to the proof of the correct state transition, the ZK rollup must now provide an additional proof or an additional commitment. In particular, is the commitment to this very same state delta. And it can basically use any polynomial commitment, any commitment scheme it wants. So it could use KZG, which is the same as proto-dunk sharding. But there are other polynomial commitment schemes, like it could put them all in a Merkle tree. That's also okay. It could use like, bullet proofs or something like that. And so now we have two commitments to purportedly the same data. So one of them is the actual data blob included in the data transaction. Now this one we're sure it's correct because the validators have basically computed it for us. So that's the first commitment. And the second commitment was the one provided by the ZK rollup that's claiming to commit to the same data in this blob. So now we additionally have to check the equivalence between these two commitments. And we have to convince ourselves that they in fact refer to the same data. So Vitalik had this 200-word, very short and elegant solution on ETH research to check the equivalence of commitments between two different commitment schemes. So we're probably just going to do that. Yeah. So that was kind of a whirlwind tour through the most popular rollup architectures right now. And I think it's just fun to know about, and it's also what I used to work on and currently work on. And if you're interested in different rollup designs, then these are two more that I won't go into, but I'll just leave here. So the first is known as L3s. Basically, these treat the L2s as like settlement layers and move execution one layer above. Yeah, it's also known as fractal scaling, and I think Starkware came up with this, and a project named Slush is implementing an SDK for it. Another variant of rollup is called the sovereign rollup, and the Celestia project came up with it. And basically, these are rollups that do not hard code like a settlement layer. So these rollups do not derive their correctness or the security guarantees from any layer one. And instead, these rollups are free to define their own settlement and their own consensus. Yeah, but they still do derive data availability from layer one. That's why they're called rollups, and they're not just random sidechains. Yeah. So that was proto-dunk sharding, and I mean, the name proto-dunk sharding implies that there's some real dunk sharding that we've not reached yet. And in fact, proto-dunk sharding is a stopgap solution, and it's meant to provide some much needed relief for the rollups that exist today. So as we've already seen, how it does this is it reduces the fees needed to post data on chain. Instead of posting directly to call data, rollups can now just post a tiny commitment, and that's going to be cheaper. Yeah, next. But the thing is, this is not full data sharding, and full data sharding would be it's not full data sharding because right now every validator still needs to download every blob in order to verify that the commitment was correctly constructed. In full data sharding, which by the way would add even more sort of real estate data space to each block, in full data sharding, validators would only need to sample a fraction of each data blob. So yeah. And the reason that full data sharding allows validators to sample more efficiently is because of this primitive called the 2D KZG commitment. So what we saw just now, you can think of it as a 1D KZG commitment, right? It's just like a sum of, it's like just one multiscalar multiplication. You're considering your data as just a vector, 1D. Now, in 2D KZG commitment, first of all, you think of your data as a 2D grid, first of all. And then secondly, you use erasure coding to extend your data and introduce redundancy such that for any given row and column, you only need 50% of the data to reconstruct the whole row. So yeah, this makes sampling more efficient, and you need to sample less in order to reconstruct the original state. Yeah. Yes. So how this is done is, as before, we do, for each row, we do 1D KZG commitment as before. So yeah, this is the exact same thing that we did before. Yeah. And we do this for every row and every column. Oh. And yeah, that's, okay. I did want to include like an illustration showing how validators, basically each validator would be assigned 2 rows and 2 columns to sample. And so the intuition is that individually validators only need to sample very little data, but collectively they can reconstruct the whole state. Yeah, so that's full dunk sharding, and it will come after proto-dunk sharding, and we're looking forward to it. Yeah, that's all. That's all. Thank you. Yes, question. When? Yeah, that's a good question. I think the Ethereum full sharding roadmap, I've seen 2023. Now, that's full dunk sharding. And a proto-dunk sharding is meant to be sooner because rollups are really getting expensive. And also because proto-dunk sharding puts in a lot of the scaffolding and infrastructure that we would have needed anyway to get to full dunk sharding. So I think it's really smart to introduce like a halfway milestone. So I mean, soon, yeah. Another question?
One more, please. The blob, where is the blob? Who or what stores the blob, if not the chain?
Yeah. Okay. So the question is who or what stores the blob, if not the chain? So, yeah, that's a great question. I think in proto-dunk sharding, before the 2D KZG commitment scheme, we'll see most likely validators storing the blobs, and that's because they have to be able to reconstruct the commitment. Now, in full dunk sharding, yeah, the idea is that yeah, also validators would store the blobs, but they wouldn't have to store, like, yeah, also validators would store the blobs, actually. So that's the short answer. I think what proto-dunk sharding changes is the efficiency of data availability sampling. So how can we check, how can we convince ourselves that the validators are storing what they claim to store? One way to do that is by downloading the whole blob from them, but that would be really inefficient, and that really defeats the purpose because clients have basically storage constraints, right? So yeah, either way, the validators store the blobs, and proto-dunk sharding makes it cheaper for them to prove that they're storing the blobs. And by making it cheaper, you're you're basically allowing very resource constrained light clients to come in, and even though they're not storing anything, they're still contributing to the overall security of your network. So yeah, it's a great design. Okay, thank you.
Ready? Cool. GM, everyone. I think we're second talk until we get cut off. Is there an echo? Get cut off by the actual merge or by the call with Bankless. But yeah, I'm Roman. I'm founder of Crypto Jobs List, and I think this talk is going to be interesting for everyone who wants to work in crypto full time, and maybe not working yet, maybe doing some research or have ambitions. I think I'll start a little bit of like my journey personally in crypto, and then I'll talk about how to get a job in the industry, maybe some tips and tricks, and then we'll do Q&A hopefully if we have enough time. So basically I've been in crypto I think since around 2014-ish. And in 2014, I was just like, buying in, a little bit trading, and then I wasn't like spending as much time as I wish I was, primarily because I was like, I think the market just crashed, so I kind of lost interest. So bear market is a thing where a lot of people usually kind of lose interest after the first time they start like trading or start learning about the tech. But then 2017 happened, and interestingly enough, I was looking for a job myself in the industry, and back then, you would have to know the actual companies that are hiring in the industry, and there were not as many as there are today. So like back in 2017, you would find only like exchanges, maybe some like wallet companies. There were like only a handful of them. And if you would go to like LinkedIn or Indeed, the only opportunities you would find if you type crypto, it would be like cryptography research for military or for a university, for a governmental institution, nothing to do with blockchain, right? So actually, almost as a joke, I decided like, it might be cool to have like a list of jobs in the industry, like the most centralized database of decentralized opportunities. So kind of it took off, and I think like today we have over, I think like 2,000 plus companies hiring with us, over 7,000 jobs, and like we have quite a sizable community on Twitter, like 44,000 there. LinkedIn is like 50,000. Discord over like 115,000 members across different Discord servers that like have our bot installed to like distribute jobs and job opportunities in the industry. And we pretty much work with kind of all the exchanges, some of the L1 companies or like foundations, wallets, NFT companies, DeFi projects, etc. And so kind of if you're looking for jobs, come over, apply for a job, and if you're hiring, come over also. We're happy to help hiring. What I'll talk about next, that's kind of a brief intro about myself. I think I had a very short time to prepare for today's talk, but I thought it would be fun to go over the talk that I done at the Capital conference at the CMC event, CoinMarketCap event. It's basically about how to get hired in crypto. Sorry, I'll be spinning around. Which is actually work to earn paradigm. All the typical memes. That's the new, sure, you can just go ahead. So the agenda, at least for this talk, and I'm going to be speaking fast. Should I slow down? Basically working in the bear market in crypto, because we are still in bear market, kind of getting out of it a little bit. Job types in crypto, it's not all tech, because a lot of people think that it's only tech, and I'm kind of still surprised that everyone thinks that it's only tech and engineering. It's not. Only in crypto opportunities, salary and benchmarking, how to apply, some tips and Q&A at the end. I think we had some interesting questions. Next one. Awesome. So there's a bunch of companies hiring right now, some of them that are hiring with us. Next slide. Bear market. I had some notes somewhere I think about bear market, but I think the key point about bear market and looking for jobs in bear market, it's like the best time to start working in industry, as well as the best time to hire. And it feels a little bit counterintuitive because on a surface, people think that like, there is less interest, it's not as cool. For those people who joined recently the industry, they think like, price is down, it's not exciting anymore. My mom thinks it's a scam, my dad thinks it's a scam, everyone thinks it's a scam, like I've been rugged. But the reality is the opportunity is there for those who know what they're, want to work on, and they're committed to the industry. And it kind of weeds out a lot of people who join the industry just for the quick money. And there is actually a lot of people, every bull market, who join, who think that, it's cool, and they start applying to positions. They think by joining a team, they will get rich quick. And the same thing with companies. During bull market, everyone's hiring, everyone's super aggressive. So it creates this dynamic during bull market. I think it's similar to like 12 p.m. in Singapore when you go to have to like, to get some food and just everyone goes to get some food and like it's suboptimal. And so during bear market, fewer companies are hiring, and those that are hiring are actually higher quality most often. If they're hiring during bear market, it's probably one of the strongest signals that the company is going to be around for a long time. They know what they're doing. They're optimistic about what they're doing. They have the funding. The same thing with candidates. So like from company perspective, if someone is applying to a job for an opportunity that I just listed, it's a strong signal that this person is not like joined crypto yesterday and he's not there for the hype. So like signal to noise ratio is really good for on both ends. Well, I just said that. Mono is the signal serious people, job categories. Okay, let's just go to job categories. What's the next slide again there? Yeah, so just to kind of emphasize that it's not all tech, not all engineering, but we'll get to engineering on the next slide, I think. Previous slide, before, go back. Yeah, here we go. So yeah, so I think one of the most common, most important non-technical role is marketing and content. So I think every single project out there is hiring for it. So that's one of the best entry level, I would say, opportunities out there where you don't necessarily have to be an expert in crypto or in protocols or in technology, but you still can start writing articles, and that's like one of the best ways to you both learn and you both write about what you just learned. And it's really I think that's what I usually advise most people who like, oh, I'm working in this company, what do I do, how do I transition? At least in my mind, or in my view, it's one of the best ways to transition. You start writing, you start learning about things, you publish content, so you have something on your Medium or published articles elsewhere on like company blogs, and that's one of the best ways to like showcase that you actually committed to the industry, that you actually based on the quality of your work, people can judge and read. Are you actually understanding protocols? Are you understanding the DeFi protocols or NFTs, whatever segment of crypto you're into? Compliance and legal, of course, that's very specialized. You need to have education in that. Investment analysis, analysts. I think we have some here in the room. And BD, I think in crypto is very different than to BD in a traditional world. A lot of BD is happening on Twitter, on Twitter DMs, and on Discord. I don't think Discord is a great place to do BD. It's too much noise and spam. UI, UX, and HR, which is kind of like a recursive position to be in. Hiring, because finding talent, great talent in crypto is, I think, pretty hard, especially during bull market because of the signal to noise ratio problem. Next up, tech opportunities. I guess you probably guys here know a bunch of this stuff. Blockchain development layer, we're basically deploying contracts on chain. So whatever the language is for that chain, for that ecosystem that is necessary, that's what you need to be writing in and deploying. So there's a bunch of opportunities in as a developer in crypto. And I guess you guys, will ask questions. You feel free to ask me questions after in the end, so I can zoom in and say anything more specific. This was kind of a more generalized slide deck. Next up, online crypto. Yeah, I think, and people think it's not a thing, but it is a thing, and it takes more skills than people think. People think like, oh, MS Paint, and it's easy and it's not that valuable. But I worked with quite a few people who tried to produce memes. And the reality is everyone have their own sense of humor that does not necessarily resonate with the general crypto audience, and nailing it down to be not too offensive, not too soft, and pinning the exact point of the joke that people can relate is actually harder than it seems, right? Yeah. And community management, I think that's another one that is, a lot of people think that it's super easy, and I feel that right now there are more community managers than communities out there. Every day in Discord or on our Twitter, we get oh, I'm a community manager, hire me. I have this experience, but they actually do not have any experience, or they think they have experience. And I think a lot of it today is the technical aspects of community management, I think you know Discord inside out, and I think if you guys who managed Discord before or who has their own Discord, who owns the Discord server? Yeah, so like Discord is a serious piece of software these days with all the rules and permissions, and like with different levels of authentication that you want to set up and the bots. It actually becomes, it's complex, right? If you managed it, and if your server got to a certain size, fighting the bots and spam and scammers becomes a little bit tricky, and you need to come up with multiple layers of authentication, verification that you are human, and then moderate the kind of the conversations within your Discord channel, within your Discord guild server, and then making sure that people are still engaged and answering the questions. So there's actually a lot of things going on, and also kind of building this like community, like creative community events. There's a lot. I'm not a community manager, and but I know enough to understand that it's more than I know of it. It's like it seems small, but it's actually pretty advanced. PsyOps, that's also Crypto 404. It's an advanced topic for big exchanges and for FTX as well. Next up. All right, I wanted to dive into resumes. I'm not sure, again, to what extent you guys are looking for jobs or interested in resumes, but I've been seeing a lot of people apply to jobs with pretty bad resumes, and they have a lot of misconceptions about them, interestingly enough. Next up. Yeah, keep it simple. Next up. Yeah, basically some examples of what not to do. Probably you guys here, you all studied this in college nearby. This is too intense, too many things going on, too, bad design. No one's going to read it. Too few information here. Also, you not necessarily want to try to do, kind of creative image. Do not, oh yeah, another thing that I've seen people do this mistake all the time. I do not know why they do it, but they include their home address. It's like, it just blows my mind. Like, you do not want to include your home address on your resume ever, especially and especially if you live in some country that is like not as safe as Singapore. But even if Singapore, people can send you stuff that is not great. It just blows my mind that people still do it. And I think the most often fresh graduates do that for some reason. I don't know, they've been told in school that you need to include your address to show that you're a trustworthy person. It's a terrible idea. No one needs your address. I don't know why people make this mistake still. Next up. Yeah, don't share your address, ID, phone numbers. Yeah, proof formatting. Basically, you want to make sure that it's pixel perfect. Examples on previous resumes is there like no exact details of what she actually did. Too much creative design without, any specific, easy to read format, and you want to make sure that you don't have any revolutionary buzzwords and too many 20 different technologies. Jack of all trades, master of none. It's a clear sign. People are not going to be interested, or recruiters not going to be interested, or the resume will not going to go to the next round of interviewing. Next up. Yeah, some examples of a bit better resumes. I would say the traditional. I'm not sure if there is a name to this format, but it seems boring, and a lot of people are like, oh, it's too boring. I'm never going to do this resume. This is like the best resume format, like period. Like you write your resume this way with whatever Times New Roman in this boring format, ideally on one page. You'll be good. You'll be good. You'll know for sure that it's not the formatting that people that someone got rejected. So that someone rejected you. A little bit kind of 2-column, a little bit better. If you're really applying for like graphic design position and you really want to showcase your graphic design skills, you might want to do a little bit more experimentation with like layout and add your image there or like a profile picture. But unless you're a designer, I would highly discourage you from being creative with the actual layout. Your whole purpose of your resume is to get to the next round, right? To the next round of interviewing. And recruiters, they look at resumes like, they don't read your resume. They don't have enough time to read resume. They look at them. Imagine people swiping TikTok, pretty much like that. And no, I mean it's the reality, right? Like if you're a recruiter at Coinbase or even not in Coinbase, at any mid-stage company, even a no-name new DeFi product that launched yesterday, you're going to get 60 resumes for one job, and then you're probably hiring for 10. So you're getting 600, resumes that you need to filter out. So if you go back before. If you want more, yeah, if you see something like this as a headhunter or as a founder of the company, you right away know that this individual is like, they don't have any experience, they're not in sync with how to communicate, they do not know how to like present their skills. Even if you're a fresh graduate, you still can do it, and hopefully this information will help you stand out a bit more. Just let's go forward a little bit more. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so how you impacted your past projects, what you did, etc. Yeah, so like there is this STAR approach. You can Google it. STAR is situation. I forgot. Basically, Google it. STAR approach resume writing. Basically, where you want to specifically say what you did, how you impacted the project. If you can share some numbers, grew revenue by 15%. This is great. Have links. I think these days for a lot of positions, especially content or engineering, you just want to have links. Like no one really cares about your resume as much. You want to have your Twitter or GitHub links clickable. I'm not sure if I have this slide here in this deck. Let's go next. No, go back, please. For especially special advice for engineers, if you have GitHub, GitHub by default hides all of your private repo contributions. In GitHub, there is this like a graph with the green distribution of like commits, PRs, comments, something else. And by default, that graph does not, and this like in a grid of blocks, which days you contributed. So by default, this graph does not include your private repo contributions. And I think for a lot of people, private repo is the majority of their work. And there is like a toggle where you can switch to display your private contributions in that chart. The private contributions themselves, the private repos will not be public, of course, and your Git commits will not be public, but the important part that this stats going to be displayed on your public GitHub profile, and that is very important. I'm looking at devs. Yeah, I know you're a dev. I'm not sure who else is a dev here. But I think that's a very important thing and like underrated small advice. Yeah, be meticulous, like read your resume 20 times, maybe send it to a resume writing company potentially, or to a friend so that they can help improve it. Next up, cover letters, next up. Yeah, personal. Cover letter is basically the message that you write, like most job boards, crypto jobs is included, or even if you're applying for LinkedIn or over email, you want to make sure that you write, in addition to your resume, you want to write like quick explanation, one paragraph, why are you the best fit for this opportunity, right? And that intro is very important. I think number one advice is like, do not say, dear sir, madam, I'm a grad, I've been enthusiastic, etc. You want to be very personal to the point, like you ideally want to research who is the hiring manager or the founder at the company. You ideally want to find out who is the person who's going to be reviewing your applications. And you just want to call them by name, like, hi Vitalik, hi Steve, I am so-and-so, I am, this is my background experience, and this is how I feel I can contribute to your project. This is my relevant experiences in the past that I've done, and you want to stay away from like this abstract buzzword stuff that doesn't have any meaning, that doesn't carry information. Everyone is enthusiastic, everyone's fast learner on paper, and everyone writes that. You don't want to write that. You want to be very specific. What you've done in the past, what you have achieved, why are you excited about this company, what's that unique combination between you and a company that will, why you're a great match for this opportunity. And you just want to stay very personal. I think a lot of people in universities, they learn that you want to be respectful, corporate culture, be like very impersonal a little bit, be way too respectful. I think in crypto it doesn't work as much unless you're applying for some very, very corporate large exchange. And I personally do not know any large exchange that is that corporate where they want to hear this like dear sir, madam kind of vocabulary. Yeah, so just keep it personal and just be you, be yourself. Yeah, next up, what do we have there? Yeah, that's what I said pretty much. Address the hiring manager by name, ideally. Why exactly you're a great fit for the position. How your past experiences fit in. Be short, succinct, one paragraph. Do not write, more than 2 or 3 paragraphs. Maybe like 500 words maximum, somewhere there. What do we have next? Is there anything else? Yeah, don't copy paste. That's another one. I think I've seen a lot of people who are like desperately applying to positions, and they just copy paste the exact "Dear Sir, Madam" like long intro, and they start applying to positions. And I think that's immediately, as a hiring manager, you immediately see that it's copy pasted, that it's not written just for me, for my company, for my position. You might, like, secret pro tip, I suppose, is you can still have this template, the high level template, but you want to make sure that you edit it for every single position that you apply for, so that you can kind of save time, but also stay personalized. And yeah, don't do all this like cliche, I want, to whom it may concern, please hire me, or I want to be part of revolution. Don't do any of those buzzwords that like, yeah, no one wants to see that. Yeah, or if a company wants to see those buzzwords, they're probably not the company you want to be working for. Anyway, yes, and okay, it's a little bit related, but still DMs. Like a lot of people, the reality is that you kind of, one of the best ways to get a job is to apply just directly, DM someone on Twitter or on LinkedIn. And one mistake that I see people do again and again is they just like, hi. And they wait for the other party to respond like, hi, how may I help you? The reality is like anyone with maybe like more than 5,000 followers on Twitter or any founder, they don't have time for this. And they get like thousands of these things. Like every day someone will message hi, and that person's not gonna get a response. So what do you wanna do? You wanna, and it seems like a super small and tactical advice, but it actually, at scale, it was very important. You want to right away say, like, hi, my name is so-and-so. If you're very young, if you're like under maybe 20, you want to say your age. I'm 16, I already have 5 PhDs. And you want to say, like, hey, my name's so-and-so. I'm working on this project. I'm interested to join your team. I would love to hear from you. You might still not get feedback, but at least you increase your chances significantly compared to just saying like hi. If you're sharing links in a DM, you want to make sure that your link is not the last thing that you sent, because in the DM's preview, you just, the person will just see like, oh, I've received a link, so it automatically triggers this spam. So I'm not going to even open and respond. So if you're sharing a link, you want to have your text, maybe a link to your portfolio, LinkedIn or GitHub, and then a little bit more text in a separate message. Yeah, this is kind of like small comments that I kind of see people make mistakes or should be helpful. Next up. Yeah, just because you're passionate doesn't mean you qualify. I think a lot of people are way too passionate, especially on Twitter. They're like, oh, I'm so pumped up about crypto Web3, hire me. And the reality, and then people get upset when they get rejected because they think like, oh, I'm so passionate, so excited, but I still got rejected. But the reality is that there's actually a lot of people who are passionate, excited, but a lot of people don't necessarily fit the bill in terms of skills. Yep. What else is there? Specialize, be world-class. Specialize, be world-class. And what do? Don't be jack of all trades. Or if you're a jack of all trades, there still needs to be like a method to the madness. If you're like a GM level person, you need to be excellent in all of these domains. Next up. Oh wow, it's a long slide deck. Okay, salaries. Salaries. That's another big topic. Is like I think a lot of people talk about compensated fairly, unfairly. Do you have a next slide? Next slide. We have this like, yeah, I think one of the things that I'm seeing is that a lot of people are hearing about this person X somewhere is getting paid 6 digits or 7 digits, and you kind of like attach to this and you see that, okay, this is, I'm not worse than this person, and you start demanding for the same salary and you get upset, you feel like you're exploited. Just because someone somewhere is making some amount of money, first of all, it doesn't mean it's true. And if it's actually true, they've probably been on a longer journey than you have, and they're probably worth it. Or another very often situation that I'm seeing in crypto especially is that small new teams, they just throw a bunch of money at someone's salary, which is actually not sustainable. So some engineer might be getting like, doesn't matter which role, like engineer, content marketing, they might be getting like disproportionate amount of money for their salary, and these engineers or these people might feel that it's the norm, but the reality is the company might go out of business in like 6 months. You do not want that to happen because you're going to be out of job one. That's one thing. And the second thing is you want to like if you used to receive like, I don't know, 10 grand a month or something like this for content writing, which is not necessarily reasonable. I mean, market average. And your expectations will be like, oh, I cannot go lower than this. So you kind of screwed on both ends. You don't have a job, and now your expectations for salary are, humongous. So if someone is offering you way too much money, or more than 20% that you're earning right now, you want to be like careful about this. You don't want to have like this huge jumps in your own like net worth or your own earning capacity. You want to like be gradually. Okay, next up. Yeah, we also have like salary benchmarking, and like we post some like reports of the averages. So like follow us on Twitter or like check out our salaries page. You can like submit your current salary, it gets reviewed, and then you get access to a bunch of other salaries for any role. Next up, what do we have there? Wow. Next up is basically everyone's complaining that I don't have an experience. XP is experience. I don't have experience. What do I do? How do I get hired? Well, yeah, get it. And I think one of the best ways is just start writing, start contributing to DAOs, start contributing to Discord servers, try to apply skills. If you're a dev, send PR requests. Yeah, just take your skill and find a way how to apply yourself. Don't wait for someone to tell you what to do. Next up. Yeah, just start contributing. Next up, is it the end? What happened? All right, another pro tip, camera on during interview calls. I think there is a lot of debate on this topic, but I think if you're joining someone full-time, you want to have your camera on. You want to be suspicious of people who are not doing it. You should not have something to hide. If you're joining a company that you yourself did good due diligence on. Next up, what do we have? Oh yeah, that's all. Thank you so much. Q&A, questions? Hope it was not too much information. We had questions? Freya, I think you had a question before.
I have a question for you. So, right, with the rise of the anti-work movement and quiet quitting, what is the impact like within the crypto scene?
Yeah. Yeah, good question. So I think we talked about this earlier, right? And this kind of refers to if you're on TikTok and kind of like a lot of Gen Z conversations around like quiet quitting or like being paid your wage and how corporate America is taking advantage of you and you have to work overtime and how terrible it is. And I think like I have two comments to this. One of them is like not everything you see on TikTok is true. Like majority of it is not, and people like disproportionately blow it up because someone is, they're a vocal minority who talk about it. But I think the main point is in crypto, what I find is there's a lot more enthusiasm. So if you're in crypto and you're doing something, contributing, you shouldn't be like complaining much, right? If you feel that you're not being paid as someone else, I think the most important part, especially in your 20s or in the beginning of your career, what's more important than being paid like a super fair wage, you should be optimizing for your learnings, because the actual like big goal or like the big payout is going to be in your 30s in the end of your career. But you might want to optimize not for your wage, but for your boss or for the experience you're getting. It's much more valuable than you might want to trade like X increment in salary for working for some smarter individual where you can learn more, so that later on in your career you will be much more valuable rather than getting like whatever $10 or $100 more per hour for the specific role that you're working on, especially again in your 20s, I would say early 30s. Does that answer the question more or less?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Anybody who has any questions? Yeah, go for it.
So I have one question regarding the employer. What is the difference between like the Web3 mindset hiring, where the company they recruit for the people, right? What is the difference with like Web2 and Web3? Is there any change or difference?
Good question. Good question. I think fortunately a lot of like Web3 companies, and again, it's a spectrum, right? There are those that are a bit more kind of centralized Web3 companies. There are exchanges, which is its own category. Then there are DAOs. There are like DeFi startups, NFT projects. But I think overall, it's much more like community inclusive. I think a lot of startups, like Silicon Valley, classical Web2 startup, is that a lot of secrecy. Everyone's like, you're either on board or off board, and people do not talk about what they're working on. They only like ship products. They have Slack. And Slack is very, you need to have a permission to get onboarded on Slack to know what's going on in a team. And I think with Web3, with crypto, I think majority of companies, again, not everyone, but a lot of them, they have this like hybrid approach where they just involve the community and community starts contributing as well. And a lot of hires are usually done from the community, from the most active individuals in that community. And I think that's very interesting. And I think tooling does make a lot of impact. So with Web 2, it's a lot of Slack. With a lot of majority Web3 crypto companies, I'm seeing more and more Discord, where they have Discord not just for the community, but also for internal communication. So they will have like a group internal set of channels for the team only. And it's kind of like this like fluid, the full-timers work full-time and they get hired and onboarded on the team, but a lot of them get hired from the community. What else? Yeah, I think it's a lot of driven based on your own enthusiasm and like how aggressively you try to like help the company, and that's the way you get noticed. I think it a little bit differs for like executive level positions. I don't think you'll get hired for community from the community just for that executive level position, especially if you're of that level. Companies still use like headhunters, they still use job boards. Again, really depending how complex the role is and what's the size of the organization. Does it answer the question more or less? Maybe I can zoom in further, maybe, if you have more.
What are the most important criteria that the employer they're looking for, in Web3 teammate or staff?
Right. That they're not looking, like, in terms of the difference between Web 2 and Web 3, right? Yeah, I think like just like contributions, whether you contributed, like having a rich portfolio regardless what you've done, right? Either it's your GitHub and ideally there is like public contributions there, or it's your blog and different articles related to the topic, or it's your design work, or if you're like in a managerial, maybe consulting or legal role, you want to be very specific what exactly you've done in these different projects. I think the mistake that I'm seeing from candidate side is way too many people talk about their trading experience. Like, I'm an investor in Bitcoin since 2017, please hire me. And they think that's sufficient. Just because of that, they think that they'll get hired just for that enthusiasm. So I guess like a lot of people think that it's still, I mean, from one dimension, it is still early. From another dimension, it's not that early. So just because you have enthusiasm in crypto and interest, it's not enough. There's millions of people around the world who have the same amount of enthusiasm, probably more, and also they have experience. Yeah, I think like for companies, it's from companies' perspective. I'm just trying to zoom in and think more specifically. Quite often, prior experience does not even matter if you're a subject field expert. Like if you're C++ dev and crypto company is looking like a C++ dev for their team, ideally it's good to have prior experience with blockchain stuff, but it's not necessary. It's much easier to learn on the job. Or like I think a lot of people think that they need to have this prior experience. I mean, including devs think like, oh, I need to have like a lot of experience working with Web3, JS, with ethers, with whatever, like running a node. It's obviously great, but if you're a great dev in Web 2, you're gonna learn very fast on the job most often. And if you have that enthusiasm, and I think that's where this enthusiasm is really important to bring you from point A, where you're at right now, to point crypto, where you want to be. And the companies understand that, so they don't necessarily always look for someone who has this like deep crypto experience. Sometimes it's the case, but it's not always. So you can transition given you have enough enthusiasm, but you just need to show that you have that enthusiasm. And just saying in words in a cover letter, it's not enough, but it's much better if you can prove it with previous articles, or maybe you've done a meetup, maybe you've done some piece of content on crypto, or about your favorite project. So it kind of shows more commitment that you can learn more and more. Does that answer the question? More questions? Who's looking for a job here? Anyone looking for a job? No one's looking for a job. Everyone's happily employed. You're looking for a job. Okay, we'll talk. Who's hiring? Who's hiring? Anyone's hiring? Is it? How do you find it? Is it easy to hire? What are your main challenges right now? Not enough smart people.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Come again? It's what? Mm. Mm. What's the scale of your company? How many people are you guys right now? Mm. Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of readjustments and new roles that are coming out.
Cool. Cool. Do you have any questions that maybe I can answer or help with?
I'll get back to you.
Sure, no worries. How are we doing on merge? Are we merging yet?
Can we hire interns?
Can you hire interns, or
Yeah.
is it like a philosophical question, or can you do that, or like how can I?
No.
How can you hire interns?
Yeah. So this is more for the jobs, right?
Mhm.
For internships, do you have anything?
Yeah, so interesting question. Like I feel there is more demand for internships than supply. So a lot of companies, especially smaller companies, they do not have internships because they are afraid that interns will screw things up, which is, I think, the unfortunate reality sometimes. It really depends on the role. Or usually small companies maybe like under 20 or under 50, depends. They would not have enough time to train someone and hope that they will join them full time after their whatever finish of their school year or of their army period. But I think you can still apply, and as long as you're not expecting to like get like a salary, like industry salary, industry average salaries. Are you looking for an internship, or?
I'm kind of like looking to hire.
You're looking to hire interns, right? I think there were like enough people yesterday evening somewhere out of school. I think that's one of the best ways, especially if you're hiring them in Singapore. Just go to events, and sometimes there are like one or two young people who are looking for internships. There is which uni? There is this like internship as a service. Who did that? NUS? It's like a internship as a service app where you can like publish your internship program. And I think a lot of blockchain crypto would be pretty popular topic. Maybe I can look up what's the name of that university. NUS internship as a service. You can register there as an intern, but I think it's NUS specific, and you can also, as a company, like post your opportunities for internship. Might be a gateway as well. Yeah, I would just hire someone from the community directly. Yeah. Questions? Or we can end and do some music, or what do you want me to do? What are the next steps? I can stand here forever until I run out of water in my system.
So thank you for that presentation on how you got started in this space. I actually met Raman outside the first ETH event I went to, where Vitalik was giving a talk on how ETH 2.0 would be happening. This was in 2017. And I'm excited that it's finally happening, but it just got pushed back by another half an hour. So I think we actually do have time for Tim to come up and speak. If Tim is ready. Tim is...
East Sign, no?
East Sign?
Did he run away somewhere?
Did he? Maybe he took a short break, but we'll come back shortly for that. How's everybody feeling? Like, happening? Space shuttle launch? Is it? Yes, Tim. Well, spring rolls are important. Roll-ups are also important. Spring rolls, roll-ups. Roll up the spring rolls.
Oh, right. I think I need to.
Are you ready to come up here and just give us a short spiel on what ETHSign is up to? ETHSign very kindly sponsored part of the food along with the grant from Ethereum Foundation to make the whole thing possible, along with SUSS. And it's great to have the event yesterday night as well as today.
And we're going to do the mouse thing, Dustin, or are we going to? Oh, thank you. Great. That's highly professional of you.
We try.
You find the presentation, Dustin? Oh, you have to retype it in. It's connect. I've got my laptop too, if you want to do that. Here you go.
No, but it doesn't plug easily.
It doesn't plug easily. Let's check the. Okay, welcome back, guys. Well, let's get started. I think I have probably a few minutes before the merge actually happens. So we'll get started with some lessons that I've been learning in my journey in Web3 for the past year and a half, and just share a little journey on what I've been doing since I've joined ETHSign. So I'll dive right into it. Timing is everything when it comes to doing startups. I have been doing startups for quite a while, and one of the big things about timing is that it is, according to research, it is the most important thing to the success of a startup. So it's more important than the founders, more important than the idea, more important than the technology. It's the timing. And the timing is right for Ethereum and Web3 right now. The merge is happening, things are picking up, there's enough money, still tons of money going around, and I think that everyone considering getting in, this is still early, and that's really important. That's an important part of being at the right time in the marketplace. And in my own experience, I started in cryptography. I actually checked this morning when I was preparing this presentation, and I looked at my Amazon account, and I looked at when I purchased the Bible of Cryptography, which is written by Bruce Schneier, somebody I worked with 20 years ago. And I checked, and the date that I actually bought the book was in March of 2001, which is just before the dot-com crash, which started around March and ensued for the next 6 months or so, which is about the same timing as what we're seeing right now with the crypto winter. So during bear markets, during crypto winters, it's the perfect time to build. That's what I did last time as a result of reading this book, which is about that thick and all about hashes and cryptography. I learned it backwards and forwards, and as a result of that, Visa hired me. I became their chief digital officer for the next 6 years, and we were competing against this little company called PayPal, which was beating us to the internet, and led by this guy who is now pretty well known by Elon. And so during those next few years, I spent my life competing with Elon and Peter Thiel and all the PayPal mafia. And as a result, you guys are still using Visa. So at least I was somewhat successful in that. And a few billion others of you are still using it. So that's what can happen in a bear market if you hunker down and do what's right. So I'm going to share some lessons about what I learned during that era and how it applies now to Web3. And hopefully we can take those lessons and create some new successes in the Web3 space. So another good thing about timing, I mentioned money. So Silicon Valley learned its lesson. VCs learned their lesson. They took all of their money away in 2001, and they basically pulled back. But the startups that started during the dot-com crash were extremely successful. Google, Facebook, YouTube. And so what's happening this time is that the money is not getting pulled back. In fact, the more I've talked to investors and VCs, they're raising more funds. And crypto winter is actually a great time to raise funds because now there are better startups and projects to work on. So we're seeing that. We at ETHSign, we recently raised 12 million from Sequoia and others. And you can see the others here. And we think it's actually, we're getting more and more demand. So we're probably going to consider doing another round in the coming months, but it's really something that I think is growing in this space. So I think timing is really good for getting the funds for your ideas in. And so let's talk about those ideas. So when you go and figure out your idea, the most important thing to do is to hack. So ETHSign started by winning a hackathon. And that's the way to do it. I think get out there, try your ideas, test them out, iterate them, work with people who are just pounding the pavement and figuring out long nights. That's basically what you got to do in this space and really figure out the frontiers. So what we figured out a year and a half ago was to build PDF signing for Web3. So PDF signing is essentially the stepping stone to smart contract signing. So if you can do one, you can do the other, and then you can connect the Web2 legal contracts to the Web3 smart contracts. And that's really the powerful part of what we're doing. So we've built that. We've commonly known as the DocuSign of Web3. And in order to build that, we've had to build a lot of layers. It's all Web3, so it's not been easy. We've been pushing the frontiers of what we've been figuring out and putting the pieces together. So you can see some of the pieces that we put together is pretty, there's no standard template, unlike in Web 2 where you can just go to Stripe and AWS and just build a startup in a few days. We're really just a lot of blocking and tackling at this stage. So just be ready to hack. And while you're doing so and iterating your product, really focus on customer centricity. I think that in Web 3, I see a lot of infrastructure plays, and they're really focused on the technology. And in Web 2, I saw that there was a massive shift from focusing on the technology in Web 1 to focusing on the customer in Web 2. And I think that Web 3 is at the it's just coming out of the infrastructure stage of the market growth. And really, the opportunity now is to go from focusing on pure infrastructure to more use cases that are customer-focused, customer-centric. So being able to bridge the gap between the technology and what the customer wants is really key. So it's not just engineers, it's product managers that have to take a really strong lead, and the founders have to recognize that shift is not just technology, it's really getting that product to the market with a strong product market fit. So we've gone through a lot of iterations. Just as a quick example of what we've tried to we've experienced in web storage. So in web storage, we had to figure out a lot of, we tried a lot of things. So when we spoke to our customers, and we have quite a number of them, we have 90,000 transactions to date. And so there's a lot of customers that we could go to. Of course, they're Web 3 customers. So we do a lot of usability testing. And we figure out pretty quickly that there's some fundamental infrastructure not issues, but development and opportunities needed. So a simple example is web page load times, latency. So in Web 2, your typical latency, acceptable latency went from 7 seconds to 5 seconds. Now it's down to 1 or 2 seconds before a web page loads, and if it doesn't load in 1 or 2 seconds, customers bounce, right? In Web 3, we were seeing things like 20 seconds, 30 seconds at the extreme. And if you wanted to save a file, it could be, save some data. Basically, Web 3 storage has not been at the level that Web 2 has. And so customers are not really ready for that lag. And it feels to me like a lot of Web 1 when you're waiting for even a video or a photo to scroll down. It feels like that. So you have to back off and say, hey, there are certain applications where you can't really build certain applications that need this. You need something that has more tolerance, where customers can would tolerate that, improve your product. So we've gone through these things. And it wasn't easy. In fact, our CTO wrote a Medium article about it. If you want to read it, you can easily look it up. But we go through it took us probably over a year to really figure out how to even do something as simple as what sounds simple as storage. But it's something that I think, again, there's no standard. You have to figure it out. So those are, the result has been that our actual user base has actually grown. We've improved the product to the point where we're now on the fourth version of the product. That's also interesting in and of itself. In the startups I've done in Web 2, we were doing releases every week on average. In Web 1, it was like once a quarter. Now we're back to a software release 3 to 6 months. So it's not that easy working at this infrastructure level. So you really have to innovate and hack and understand the technology really well. But the result is good. So there are limits to how much you can ask your customers and focus on your customers, because we're in a new space. We're defining a new space. And one of the keys to being a leader in a new space, in a disruptive market, is to not ask the customer. I think the oldest example of this is Henry Ford. We've all heard of this one before, but I think him and Steve Jobs and others, they don't ask customers, they just build. Because they know if they ask the customer hasn't thought about this, doesn't know what the technology can do, and it's really up to you to figure it out and to lead the way. And so that's really your job, and so don't ask because it's not even worth your time to ask in a lot of cases. We found that this is the case as well. I'll talk about how we went about figuring out what to do next in our roadmap, in our strategy. So for me, I've spent a lot of time in working with McKinsey, consultants, American Express when I was in New York. Their entire office is full of either McKinsey consultants or ex-McKinsey consultants. And so all day for years, all I did was just learn strategic frameworks. How does a company like American Express survive 150 years and still be at the top of the game, still be one of the New York Stock Exchange's top 30 companies, right? So this is because they're constantly iterating their strategy so that they can survive. So if you're going to be figuring out your strategy in Web3, and remember, 99.9% of startups fail, whether you're Web2 or Web3 or whatever type of web startup that you are, you have to really understand your strategy very, very well. So the frameworks that I applied when we started looking at what we have and where we want to go, this is what we have. We have signature. We've built a lot of the 4 pieces of signature, which is really fundamental to any dApp. And you can see that these pieces are extensible to other applications. So what are those applications? This is like a horizontal capability. It's an infrastructure layer. And what we need to do is now build a vertical use case to figure out to focus on next. And that vertical use case is not easy to figure out. We actually were hosting hackathons and soliciting our Discord community for ideas. This was not even that long ago. We were trying to figure this out. And so it's a pretty open slate as to what we can do. We want to fill this up with vertical use cases, and then we want to work with the Web3 ecosystem in order to make it composable and self-integrating to the entire Web3 infrastructure. So we all know if you Google, when should I use blockchain? When is it applicable? When should I just not use blockchain? There's all kinds of flow charts that you can find that will point you into, oh, don't use blockchain, use a private blockchain, just use regular web too. And these are generic. They're not really strategic frameworks. You have to know them backwards and forwards, but it's important that you actually figure out beyond the basics how you're going to actually build your strategic framework. For me, this is the one that I used to try to help figure out what ETH sign should do next beyond signatures. And that's signatures is the name of our PDF signing product. So for us, it was a matter of figuring out the value add. Are you going to be 10 times better than what's existing in the marketplace? And is it going to be a more specific or more universal use case? So we already had PDF signing, which is pretty universal, but the value add is not as high. Whereas if we looked at other potential applications, dApps that we could build, they were kind of all over the place. There wasn't a clear picture of what we should do. And it's not like you should go to the upper right on everything in this case. So I actually applied another classic rule, and that is that you never want to be a technology looking for a market, but rather you want to be a market looking for a technology. And if you revisit this and look at which of these are markets looking for technology, you'll find that there's one in particular, and that is the one we went with. It's called Token Table. So Token Table is a way for web projects, startups, DAOs to record their investments and manage their tokens on chain. So it is immutable, it is public. It needs, the trust needs to be verified. These are things that Web3 is made for, and it's decentralized and it's so that it can all be accessed and managed by any DAO, any Web3 project anywhere, and you can just come on board and sign on and use it on your own. So this is essentially what we decided was the first major vertical use case for smart contracts that we wanted to put into take a PDF contract signing, which is your typical SAFE document, SAFT, which is what a VC uses whenever they invest in any startup. They always use a SAFE contract, and nowadays they use SAFE plus token warrants, and internationally they use SAFT, Simple Agreement for Future Tokens. And so these contracts, if we can convert them from legal PDF contracts into smart contracts, then it becomes an extremely powerful tool that self-executes and automates things like the cap table, which we call token table, the future token, which is the receipt given to the investor or to the employee whenever they earn a token or purchase a share in a token sale. So those are things that they actually hold on to and put in their own wallets. And there are smart contracts that actually execute things like when there's a token launch, we convert those future tokens into native tokens. So everything's organized, and the VC or the investor or the angel will have a portfolio view. And these are the kind of things that if it's all automated and self-executing on Web3, we no longer need to trust that the boss will give it to the employee. If there's a falling out, it's already in the employee's own wallet. So that's kind of what will happen, and that's what we decided was the first use case amongst a number of potential other use cases. And we looked at a lot of them, even things like apartment leases. You can automate those kind of things, but we figured that's just not specific enough. We could go to market with talking to VCs with this approach, but we wouldn't be able to go to market talking to landlords and tenants with an apartment lease. So that's really marrying the two, technology and go to market, was really key for us. So you can see here what Token Table actually looks like when we launch it in a few weeks. We're going to launch our beta, and and we've taken the experience that we've had with iterating signatures in really honing down and making a really usable UI, something that doesn't need a user guide, doesn't need any trading. You just connect your wallet, and intuitively you get what it does. Founders, employees, investors, they'll see this, they'll see their next steps, and everything is a workflow, and you'll be able to see and upload your own PDF contracts and use them. So this becomes a token management platform for any Web3 project, DAO, startup. And for every round that you do, you can actually adjust and change all kinds of terms. We'll start off with the basics, SAFT, then we'll add token warrants, we'll add the ability to do governance, things like that. So the other context of what I've learned is that when you're pushing the frontiers of the technology, you should really do it in the context of a compelling use case. One of the problems that we ran into was that if there are founders that are receiving tokens, let's say there's 4 co-founders, one of the co-founder leaves the project, the startup. How do you manage that? Because everything is on-chain, immutable, irreversible. How do you remove access? These are difficult things to do with storage that's immutable. Signatures that have been encrypted, rights that are already granted to certain wallets. So we are figuring all this stuff out, and that's part of what is the exciting part of working on the frontiers of Web3. There isn't a specific roadmap that you can follow, so you just have to figure out the technology as you go. And so that's really what we are in the middle of doing. A lot of what we're seeing is that if we're religious about using Web3 100% of the time, which we're trying to do, it makes it very difficult. So we're trying to debate this even now as to how much we use Web 2 versus Web 3 in certain cases to solve the problem to really build a customer-oriented solution. And I think that not being religious is one of the keys to being successful in this space. So coming into number 6, two more lessons that I've learned. Dig deep into the tech. So we were trying to figure out how token table works from the future token standpoint. So I mentioned just now that you receive a token if you make an investment, or if you're an employee, you vest and earn that token as you work. So how do we convert that into an ADA token? I even talked to Dustin about it, I think a few months ago when we were first meeting up. Should we create an EIP protocol for that future token because it's not covered by any of the ERCs? Should we look at another, using something else besides another ERC? Should we use a dynamic NFT? So we've really had to figure out the gaps in the current technology and then innovate and really work with the ecosystem and the community to figure out and push ahead, get something to work, and then get wide adoption and open and universal standards for things later. So that's kind of what we're figuring out. My final lesson is to pitch the vision and not the product. So when we talk to people, they don't want to see just the UI. It's nice, I get what it does. They want to see why this is going to change the world in 10 years and how it's going to change the world. So for us, we really had to create a roadmap of where we were going with this. And I've redacted a few of the things that we're keeping secret. But you can kind of see that when we build a token administration platform for web projects, Web3 projects, it's going to have a lot of capabilities, and we're not going to get to them all right away. Signature is the first one. Of course, you need to upload and sign that PDF. Of course, you need to use token table to administer those, to manage those tokens. But you also have to manage investing. You have to do airdrops. You have to do KYC. There's a lot of capabilities that eventually that project will want to list on an exchange. How do we help them list? And all of those between, those are the things that we need to figure out for any kind of projects. And that's really where we're very open about. And one of the best things, since my last slide, is when you're working in Web3, you not only have to choose between this framework that I showed earlier, but you actually can do something new, which I've never seen before, probably not since Web 1, or even better than Web 1. And that is, the technology can actually create a new market. You don't just have to look at the existing market and create solutions for it. You can literally, through Ethereum especially, you can create a brand new market. And that's why the merge is happening, and that's what we're here for, because that's how we're going to change the world in 10 years. It's going to be something that we never even envisioned, because we're building something that actually grows and can grow into something new. So that's it. Please do connect. And those of you on the live stream, just find me that way. It's time for the merge.
The merge. Are we're less than 500 blocks away.
So with power off, I'm going to join. Thanks so much, sorry.
So where do I do the announcement? Do I stand in front of the live stream or the live stream? Thanks for being here for the merge. We've waited since about 9 a.m. for this, and we're less than 500 blocks away from the merge that we've been waiting for years. So
Recording in
I'm
progress.
going to order Taco Bell for delivery. I'm not going to miss this. Right back.
static or freeze framed, and then
There you go. I am
oh, I don't know. I had a lot of fun doing that. I actually scripted that, filmed it, edited it, and shipped it in 24 hours. And I credit Jonathan Mann for being an inspiration on how to crank.
That's impressive.
Well, you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but I don't know how many tricks I got left in me. A lot of fun. So there's a little meme brewing on eFinance, and I have black licorice, and I have beetroot juice, and I have the peatiest of peaty Scotch, Lefroy, and I'm going to be drinking all three, or drinking these two and eating black licorice, because we did not make 10,000 comments on the daily. So I'm doing the penance for the fame. It'll be fun. It's just for the meme factor, the laughs. I will survive. But it's an honor to be here. And I may change into beating McBeverage and Vito.
What do you do? Patricio is
So many familiar faces. Good to see you guys. Colfax. Man, you got Butta Tribot with the hair. Freaking love that guy. Logic Beach. Strongest hire in Grid Plus history. What up, Yoshio with the jacket, Sam Coffee, and Vetica with the freaking braids. Loving it. Nick So.
I think
Like, Jonathan Mann's here. Like, I'm going through the other page. Man, we got 2 pages of people here. David Hopkins, don't know who that is. Anthony Sono.
Yeah, definitely. That was my hope. Get it.
They're aspiring influencers. You don't probably haven't heard of them.
That was me fault.
I wonder. I saw this.
Super Fizz. You know, this is such a. We're doing battle stories now. We're doing war stories here. This is while we're waiting. I mean,
I just want to say that the guy with the mustache was George from the King of Research team. You guys remember that great meme where, oh no, I'm on the live stream. I hear my head go. I'm embarrassed. I'm going to like, he looks like Frank Shapiro in the medium explode. And this got very popular in East Denver. But people were tweeting out this, conversation, we're offline, so it's fine. He's like, Charles Austin posted this meme, posted this picture of himself, like, and people follow George.
How do I mute this?
Today?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's
I haven't.
Democratic George over here. And you can worry for the next money clients.
Doesn't anyone have a ukulele?
But how do you celebrate things in Singapore?
Chains are ready, the stage is set, the shadow force, the test net, no, and triple, quadruple checks now. There's only one thing left to do. 5,000 in 5 days. The proof of work's right there in the name. The memorialized on the chain, the consensus is about to change. This is the last song. I'll elaborate on all the haters and doubters too. Can't let them get to you. There's no low, they won't shoot. You take it from me. Here's what you do. Take a breath. Beat it out till there's nothing left. Remember every promise that you kept, and you kept going when they just let go. This is the last song. I'll elaborate on through.
probably that will be therapeutic.
Can we listen to it again?
Chains are red, the stage is set.
Keep repeating.
And triple, quadruple,
This is the last time you hear proof of work.
we're being left to do 5,000 in 5 days. Proof of work's right there in the name. I've been immortalized on the chain, but consensus is about to change. This is the last song. All the haters, the doubters too, can't let them get to you. There's no load they won't stoop. Eating it for me. Here's what you do. Turn the music up and take a breath. Beat it out till there's nothing left. This is the last song. Right on This is the last song.
I posted e-finance and like 10 seconds later someone was like, I'm on it.
That's it, CLC check. What's your question, Micah? What things in the CLC check?
No, it's the scroll seed phrase. I was curious if the last word is correct.
I wonder on the scroll, the coffee is 10 an accident.
back to the account, right? Is that yours?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
I think I saw Mary from Sigma Prime. Mary, have you just joined?
Hello, I have just
Great,
joined.
hello. Are you happy we made the merge happen in your time zone?
Oh, it's amazing for once. I'm not complaining. It's 3:22 p.m. here in Sydney. So yeah, loving this. How's our European friends holding up? 5 a.m. for us in here.
We hate you all.
Oh, hi.
Hey. The miners dictated the timeline, not.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I don't know how to explain what I do. I do a lot of Vietnam?
Yes.
Schedule it this time of day. We get to it. That way.
Organizing, like,
Yes.
And those that have
yes.
you get this POAP thing on the event.
I haven't.
Seems to be
I
only
love.
for
Okay,
less.
so funny fact, Vietnamese food is my most favorite. But I haven't been there.
Oh, really?
I'm like my partner and I have been like okay after Devcon.
In Vietnam?
Yes, we want to have vacation. We want to have vacation there.
Yeah. So yeah, like Vietnam is beautiful, have beaches and mountains.
If you're talking, you're on mute.
Yeah, this is also someone from
Hold on.
Ying. Yeah. Yes. I'm almost not home.
Is that for the movie of Camilla Rosa?
For the Infinite Garden documentary, folks who were in the last couple of weeks,
That was the places like Vietnam. So I'm really excited.
No, you know what's funny? Actually,
Last year I couldn't travel.
documentary projects that are going around. So in
It must be the one that Maria Conti has produced.
Actually, it's still different.
How many documentaries are they doing?
It's limited right? What's that? Is it limited? It's limited.
So you are doing an event?
Or is it different?
25th to 27th November.
Okay.
Yeah, but from now until then, we used to do a lot of workshops.
Okay.
No, you're also doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's the way that we, like leverage the community and
Yeah.
You made the waves a while back. You'll probably
inspire them to be
Yeah.
Mirror
So
got
I
X1.
decided
We
to
did
come
that.
here to
Hey guys.
kind of boost
Hello,
community in
Audio.
Indonesia. Like
Oh,
not just
maybe it was when
This
Mario
is very
Conti
small.
was.
But countries around.
Yes. Patricia was the one where Mario Conti had.
my son is actually also like a hot pot for now,
Yeah.
That's
like young, smart people, so like they love to, like
Yeah, I actually. Roy, he's been pinging me about linking Devconnect to Vietnam.
Exactly, in your town. I saw the proposal. So
It's not my decision at this point. But I think it's a good
We should have invited him to the
maybe
other
next year.
Yeah, we must see some other.
Because I think I can see the Devconnect
Oh,
in
you
Asia.
already.
Yeah, it's
Japan.
right.
Really?
So maybe like in Southeast Asia.
Yes, there was a relative was in R&D.
Sure.
She wasn't there.
Okay,
Because I have too many things that I haven't responded. I am. Yeah, yeah. Pronounce? Yeah, Aya. Oh yeah. As a visitor, I just want to also visit. As a visitor.
Yeah, and I hope that like we also can do many different activities in Vietnam. And,
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is really coming together. It's sort of looking like a hand that goes through your legs, but the E symbol looks great.
I was on an hour before refresh, and I refreshed and everything is fine.
So we also like looking for more support. We also like bring more, Ethereum Foundation member to join us in Vietnam.
Yeah.
Like for speech for
Yeah.
Who is that Danny guy? Do we let him in?
I don't know who he is, but I figured, isn't that great? Do we boot him? Wow, the canvas does look great. It's like, if you have enough people, it's almost hard for these to fail.
This one to say hi.
Oh, don't.
I know, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah.
What is this blue symbol?
Yeah, okay. Nice to meet
Nice to
you.
meet
Like
you.
maybe a wheel flashing?
Is that like the flippening, like a dolphin? Doesn't look like they completed the drawing there.
Only smile and say hi to the other office. Other office, are you here? Can you talk? Maybe you come. I did. No, eso ya no es de tener, está haciendo algo sin más.
Patricia, you'll be glad to know that people have requested an EF Watch Party POAP. So I'm going to go try and figure that out.
I also need a e-state to merge that and POAP.
I'm gonna need to snipe one of those.
No, absolutely not. Never, ever. Okay.
Why would you hurt me? I want to be there.
I'm perfectly on here.
We just need to stop on the live POAP.
Supply 1 point.
If I had known they were going to be POAP,
Remind them that, of course.
I accepted Ricky Moore, thinking that it was Richard Moore, but you are not Richard Moore, they film edition. He said Richard Moore on the really more with passing one story. You know the second story person that has your same name. There's another Ricky Moore. Well, Richard Moore. Richard. And the guys have done nothing less than the main JavaScript library. That is THON. It is THON. How is the audio on? Is there a reason? Yeah, who's that? I got the mic. How's the background noise? No background noise. No background noise. Best audio out of anyone on this call. Hell yeah. There's a lot of background noise, so I'm glad you can hear us. Very cool. We're not live, right? Oh yeah. We're not on YouTube right now. Okay, good. Are you guys happy? The baby, Danny. The baby. Go wake her up. That's right. 9-month-old. My little guy's been asking all the over. Has the merge happened yet? I'm saying hi, Danny. Hi, Josh. Hi, Tim. Hi, everyone. Berlin says hi to Denver. What up, Berlin? Boulder. My sister Denver. The other room is very exciting. The Proto will have a cam with a lot of people. Okay, I see. Got it. Hey, it's and Aya's got Singapore. Great. Awesome. Hey, Aya.
Hey.
We joined. I was just about to text you.
Yeah, I think we were too early. Wait, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear.
I don't see you, but.
Well, this may be the last
One's busy eating outside. I don't know.
We're just chatting.
It's just like chatting.
But once we go live, your channel will be gone. And if you're in this channel, you are entitled to it. When live, perfect. Well, can one of the client there do an explanation on how? What are they doing in Boulder?
Sorry? We are live streaming on our end. But
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
You can't really log
oh, we're muted actually.
Oh, Mr. F is on the room. Welcome, Mr. F.
I think based on the estimates on board now, it looks like we're close to an hour out, maybe a little more, but would like to hear, oh, okay, 75 minutes or so.
Yeah, but haven't we said that for that is not to trust because it's just a longer sampling?
Yeah, I was just using it as an estimate. I was going to ask for a client dev to speak up. Looks like somebody's saying 75 minutes.
I'd say anywhere between an hour and an hour and a half. But I don't know that we have particular insights. It's just going to depend on what the hash rate actually does. The current hash rate on Waddell is generally very good. It's saying 6.2 UTC, which is an hour and 15. Basically saying, technically saying an hour and a half. Being relatively consistent in that.
Jacob, you say you're not a client dev, but if Tim gets in here, he can designate you a core dev. That's them some
Somebody tell me.
Where are you calling from? Are you in Hanoi?
Hello. Am I unmuted?
Yes, yes, you have
That's
that.
just me.
Yes.
Just reading the message now.
That's so cool. And how's your bike?
Really kind of interesting.
It's you know, coming along. Which line do you run? Using Get.
No price feeds, no shilling your token.
Watching the price.
I need the work for the rest of the life.
I don't know, the fact that he's running a solo validator from home kind of trumps
I'm also not using MEB.
Are you still running from the router in the same region of your hallway?
Different router downstairs in the same building.
Okay.
And not Wi-Fi anymore.
That was a hoot of the night of the Beacon Chain launch when you were, I think you had a ladder stretch that you were trying to run Cat5 from your router to your laptop or something.
Check on the QR code that is shared on the screen. That's the POAP that you get because you're on this Zoom.
It's POAP?
Yeah, it's running. I forgot to turn it on for like 2 months or something. I got busy. I'm the worst validator keeper. But I did switch to Devconnect recently. It's become a launch time. There you go. Right.
Okay, if that's the quality of jokes in the cabin, like, I'm not missing anything. I think you're punch drunk. How drunk are you, Nix?
Next, you're muted.
At 9.8, I can see it.
Last night, not so much.
Did you get the QR code from this?
It wasn't going. I don't know if you want
This is a little blur.
Independence Day. This is so fitting.
There was a video of one of them turning off their machine while playing the bagpipes that I posted on Twitter. If y'all didn't see that.
Yeah, Patricia, it is Mexico's Independence Day today.
And
right?
The Ethereum users and builders have been hostage of miners with a secure incentive for so long. It couldn't be nicer to get rid of them on such a day.
If you increase the
If we were going to have an Ethereum holiday, this shouldn't be it. We are initiating
Remember the Ides of September? Yeah. That's yes. Ides of September is technically correct. Cartix is less cool. Why is there any Cartix?
I'm sorry that I'm not clear. Have we committed to a start time? Or were we still debating?
Nothing's committed yet. We've been going back and forth on it. I don't think we know exactly where TC is going to be. My proposal is going to be doing something nice and round that gives us a little flexibility. So how about like 5 to 10 minutes from now?
Yeah, it looks like according to 797 in current hash rate, 3 minutes from now will be 1 hour most. And if it's the right step, 3 minutes. Yeah. It's a nice round number.
I propose that we set a 5-minute clock and start at 5 minutes. At least we'll get everyone on the same page and allow everyone to.
Yeah. So, Michael, are you around? Can you trigger the 5-minute count?
And that 5 minutes only also matches with the ultrasound lining timer. So the 5-minute ends will be exactly an hour on most.
Okay, okay. A little overtake the screen. It's like a pretty clear smoking screen. What do you feel like that? Like you were doing auger forever. What do you feel now? Like you just now I just feel
Yeah, I was about to say like of cells within the blockchains.
I feel anything that the government shuts down. The government shuts it when I start shilling it. That's my general strategy.
I'm trying to different things at the same time.
Okay, so I think we probably have about 4 minutes left. Maybe it's worthwhile to just do a quick run through of the agenda, get everybody on the same page here. Since I've got everybody here on the call and I'm already displaying my screen anyway, it's right here. So after we get totally kicked off, we've already done this stuff. We've already gone through the painting party. We've got 4 hosts from the call here, Fizz, David, Anthony, and Pooja. So we'll look to you all to do your introduction, and you're welcome. Right after that, we have a special video clip. So I'm thinking this part here will probably take, 2 to 3, 4 minutes, just kind of banter, hang out. And then, when it feels the time is right, then we'll switch to this short video clip. I think it probably needs to be longer than a 30-second intro, just because it's going to be weird to come off the intro sequence, then say hello, and then immediately go to a video. So just a couple minutes of intro and welcome. Go to this video. Nix is going to walk us through some logistics and just give the viewers a high-level idea of what is coming. And then Fizz is going to introduce David, who's going to talk us through a couple minutes of what is the merge. So the target timing is going to be a little tough here because we don't know exactly what the TTD is going to end up being. But we're targeting about 5 minutes each for each of these. After David covers what is the merge, we'll go over to Vitalik, who's going to be talking about proof of stake. After that, we'll go over to Tim with an intro from Pooja, talk about what is the merge, what effect will have on end users, things like that. And then this is, for people that have been following along the agenda planning, this is where we have a bit of a switch up. So we'll do the Jonathan Mann song at this point, which is just a video we play, right, Jonathan? Or are you going to give a short intro to it?
I'll give a very short intro to the video and then we'll play the video.
Great. Okay. So David, go ahead, Nick.
Tim, we did not add Fizz's decentralization talk to any of this, and we should have.
Okay. Where should that fit in? What do you think is the best place for that?
I think either before or after the agenda.
Okay, cool. So we'll slap that in right here after the job. What do you want that to be called? Is just decentralization?
Yeah, I'll have a good idea what it means when I hear.
Okay, and who's the right person to enter that? Like Anthony, can I look to you to do that?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
What's the name and the name in the parentheses code?
So the name is the owner of that topic. In parentheses is the host. So for example, for the decentralization, Anthony will introduce Fizz to take this topic. And here's a little, oops. Sorry about that. Here is a little legend in case you forget right here at the very top.
And what does host mean? Host means just the person that's going to introduce the next topic, the next presenter?
Yeah, exactly. So after we do an agenda review, Fizz will spend a minute saying, okay, and so up David to talk us through over to you. So
names in parentheses, you are just
No, but you're passing along that bullet point.
Over to Danny. So during pretty much this entire time after the decentralization talk, this is where we're getting closer to TTD. Danny and team are going to talk us through some general things like what are the experts looking for during the merge, what are the metrics, what are the things that we're keeping an eye on, what are people really focused on that are
or here to support things. At that point, Remy will be displaying screen. He's got a bunch of stuff, handy tabs open, ready to go. And so we'll just kind of wing that because that will be based on Danny's talk and whatever he talks through. Then we'll take a moment and we'll get to the merge, we'll see the pandas, and this will be basically a continuation of the same thing. We have a couple ideas here, so some backup QA questions. We can go back to the POAP art canvas. We can call out client teams to speak to their unique features of their clients, things like that, in case we need to kill time during finalization. We'll watch finalization celebrate. This is where, if people want, they can do, or I guess during the pandas, I'm sorry, you can do your little avatar with Zoom, reminder on that. So we'll watch finalization celebrate. Then we will pass it over to Patricio with an intro from Diz for a quick word on the POAP painting party and close the canvas. Nix will walk us through the POAP, and Vedika or Michael has a slide for that. And then just general celebration and hangout. After we do that for a bit, we do have some Q&A open to the public to request questions to be answered on Slido. And Nix, Hudson, and Pooja are going to walk us through that. And then finally, after everything, do a close up from our hosts, and then that will be the end of the stream. So I'll share the link to this again in the chat right now. If you need to access and don't have it, please send me your email address, and I'll get you added. And that's the plan.
During filler time, if there's a chance, I'd love to bring in one quote from The Economist, from their podcast, the Irish podcast. They had one of their technical analysts who said, if the merge works, crypto has a future. I thought that was a really strong statement from a not exactly crypto affiliated outfit. They're focused on finance and the economy.
The author of their piece did a really good job. I think it's lunchtime.
All right, rad. So thanks everybody. I'm here. Just ping me in the chat if you need my support, and good luck.
All right, Michael, looking for you to give a countdown.
Stream is showing about 2.5 minutes, which is probably delayed by about 10 seconds. Yeah, sure.
When you get to the next few literally just spent 5 minutes shooting run that video. So, and also give you guys a chance to introduce all the hosts that come on.
How many minutes do you have?
It says 26 minutes, but somebody just said 2 minutes.
What?
This is 20. Karen, 2 minutes?
2 minutes?
This is 26 on the board.
2 minutes? 26? No, the live stream is starting in 2 minutes.
That's it.
Hello everyone, welcome. I'm Super Fizz from the Eat Staker community, and I've been waiting for a couple of years to meet you all on this call. So it's so great to be here with everyone. This is the Ethereum mainnet merge viewing call. We're looking forward to the Ethereum mainnet merge. That is the transition from proof to occur in about an hour. And in that hour, we kind of want to celebrate, educate, and just share this experience with you. Tonight's call is going to be hosted by Bankless, The Daily Wave, Ethereum Hackers, and eStaker, the organization I work with. We're also joined by client implementation teams, researchers, and a lot of other community contributors. And I'm so glad to see such a wide range of folks here tonight. It's important to let you know before we start, this call is being hosted on the Ethereum Foundation channel. And the Ethereum Foundation is kind of an official organization that supports development. But in fact, this call is being run by the community. The four organizations that I mentioned, Bankless, Daily Way, Ethereum Tappers, and E-Staters, we're all community organized, but we wanted to find kind of a common middle ground where we could come together and not like split up into our own calls. We wanted to come together, bring everyone in the community together into one place, and really merge together. So we borrowed the Ethereum Foundation channel. There are lots of folks here from the Ethereum Foundation joining us.
Where's the Ethereum Foundation channel or YouTube?
Point out, this is first and foremost a community call, a celebration, and to that extent, what you hear tonight should not necessarily be regarded as official. This is primarily a celebration of the merge, not necessarily a technical overview of the merge. The most important thing to remember, we don't know what's going to happen in an hour after we see payments and after we wait for finalization. If you're a journalist, if you're someone who's going to be reporting on Twitter about what's happening tonight, I urge you to not regard this as canon, because what's very likely to happen are sources that we're looking at, websites that we're looking at, information that we're looking at could very easily go down or be wrong. And the best practice is to wait until you hear official notice, even official notice from well-regarded tweeters like Vitalik Buterin or Danny Ryan or Tim Mako. Those sources of information are great, signed sources of information, and this call really should be regarded as a celebration and information, not a source of canon about how the merge went. And I'm just saying that in advance because I don't know any more than you do what's going to happen in the network. And the last thing I want is to have a misunderstanding based on our celebration. So, again, I'm joined by Super Fist from E-Staker. I'm joined by David Hoffman from Bankless. David, how are you?
Absolutely fantastic, Fizz. How are you doing?
I'm good. Anthony Cesano from the Daily Grave.
Hey, happy to be here. Very excited. I am the happiest I've been in a very long time, so I hope that everyone else shares my excitement today.
And
hey everyone, I'm very interested in this sound. That's absolutely wonderful host and amazing people from the community.
Yeah, this is going to be great.
The pandas, of course. This has been a long time coming. It's a long and winding road. The fact that we are actually here today is a little bit surreal, I think, for everyone here on this call. It's both long awaited and actually kind of unreal that it's actually happening. But of course, I think we're all here to see some pandas show up on the screen. A little bit of chaos after that, and then some clarity after that. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah. And Anthony, you kind of lucked out with the timing on this. How are you feeling about that?
It's amazing. It means I have all the energy in the world to celebrate the merge when it happens. It's, 3:52 p.m. right now. It's perfect, just perfect. This is like peak time for me to be excited about the merge. Yeah. So, I mean, you can probably tell in my voice, I am just ready to go.
Yeah, the Americans tend to get favor over Australians.
To be happy for me. You don't want to have things happen in a really sad time zone or weird time zone. So yeah.
I don't know if Vitalik is here.
Right, 1:52 a.m.
Oh wow, you've got me booked. So Pooja, are you excited? How long have you been up? What's your status right now?
Right, I mean, I make sure that all my kids and my family are asleep and then I try to wake up for this call. It is really exciting. We have been waiting for this day for a very long time, and when the time comes, it's all by, I don't know if it's the curse or what it is, like most of the calls of Ethereum are treated at the very best time, but when the most important call is there, it is in the middle of the night. But yeah, I'm hanging around.
Yeah. I loved, a week ago, it looked like this was going to be 10 p.m. for me, and I was kind of on cloud nine. And, well, you know, things didn't turn out that way, but I'm really excited that everyone showed up tonight, and I'm glad that everyone watching on YouTube, on East Global, or wherever you're consuming this. Really glad to see you today. Before we go too much further, we have a 2-minute video we'd like to share with everyone, and so the idea is we'll share this video, and then after that we'll talk about the show. Of Ethereum bolts, and it's kind of fun, kind of futuristic, but Anvetica, if you can go ahead and fire that off, we will hang out and watch.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and transition over that video. Just real quick, those of you on the Zoom, I can't guarantee that you'll see and or hear it. So if you do want to consume it, just watch on the live stream with everyone else.
That's you.
Well, I thought we were going to post live stream here instead of this one.
Oh, right. We should probably have both.
Yeah.
This is it.
Oh, I see.
Mining could cause centralization, security risks, and further environmental harm.
Switch from here. Okay, this is the motherboard. Yeah. Okay. Good. It's with this screen.
Kind of blown away by it. Next, I'd like to introduce an e-staker, Nixorifish. She began by providing community support in the e-staker Reddit, and I saw that video. She's a perfect example of like someone who just wanted to commit to the incredible. Because of that, we onboarded her e-staker. Kind of blown away by it. Next, I'd like to introduce an e-staker, Nixorifish. By providing support. And she's a example who just wanted that we onboard her to your time. An example of someone who made their life committing time to
This is the Zoom. This is Zoom, yeah?
Yes. Hi everyone. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to do accessible talks.
Okay.
And the point of these talks are to be geared towards people who don't necessarily spend all of their time in the Ethereum ecosystem. So you're going to hear from Tim Bako, Vitalik, Puja, Ethereum cat herders, Fizz, and in the middle of that, we will hear a song from Jonathan. And then we will for to see that the merge is successful and hope. And after that, we'll watch Pandas talking, and then we'll wrap up the party. Campus. There will be a community, and you can that slide over some more technical discipline. So if you're looking for a question or ask a question, go find that Slido link, and we will post it.
Awesome. Thanks for the we find that many people more about Ethereum. That's so exciting. I want to welcome people have no idea what's going on. They heard of Ethereum, they found it, and we want to spend this call kind of educating you what Ethereum is and where it's headed. And so we kind of tapped David Hoffman from Bankless. David, can you tell us what is the merge?
Yeah, who needs it? The merge. What are we all doing here watching this stream? The merge is a long time coming of the arrival of proof of stake to Ethereum. That's really what it is. It's Ethereum transitioning into proof of stake. And this has been a goal of Ethereum for years now, since Genesis. And it's always been the goal for Ethereum to migrate eventually from proof of work to proof of stake. And the merge has been the mechanism of which we actually get that done. Why is it called the merge? That's because there's currently two blockchains running in parallel right now. The main proof of work Ethereum chain, the chain that we know is called Ethereum, the one that we know. And there's also this other chain called the beacon chain. Heard and acknowledged and answered and exists on one thing alone, which is beacon chain launched in December of 2020. And it's been a blockchain that's been validated as
and then we don't have repeating audio. You know what I mean? So we have a trade-off.
I may not even talk. I don't know.
Yeah, but I think the main thing really is that if I enable audio here, because we are also on this call, there will be a
Recording in progress. And we actually worked quite hard so that for all those users, the merge does basically nothing in terms of their experience. So if they send a transaction, like if you're sending a transaction in an hour, whether it lands on the last proof of work block or the first proof of stake block, it doesn't affect your transaction. You don't need to do anything. It'll just keep working. And that was like a really important design goal so that all the users of Ethereum, all the infrastructure, all the smart contracts just keep working as expected. So I see in the chat that I've stolen someone's mic. Hopefully it's good. Thanks, Light Client. Yeah, shout out to Light Client. Yeah, so for users of Ethereum, really, the goal was like an extremely smooth transition. But then, you know, why do the merge at all? What do we get at the network level? And Danny, who's here, likes to say there's like three things: sustainability, scalability, and security. And sustainability is the one that gets talked about the most these days. And it's quite obvious, you know, proof of work uses physical resources to secure the network. These have a very high energy cost. This is what kind of goes in as security for Ethereum. Moving to proof of stake allows us to kind of get rid of that entire energy expenditure that we use to secure the chain. And you know, there's different estimates for this. Some people say like 99.9%, 99.95. But I think that the way to look at it is it's almost a bit more like qualitative. Like on proof of work, we have to keep growing the amount of hardware of electricity that we use to secure Ethereum if we want the chain to kind of grow and scale in size. On proof of stake, we don't need to do that. Like there's not only do we like stop the use we have today, but there's no more growth rate. And we benefit from any optimization in computing. So that's the first big one. The second one around security, we could go on for a long time for this, but I think an easy way to think about it for people who might not be super familiar with like all the details is proof of work basically gives you like a carrot to motivate people, right? Like you give them coins if they do the right thing on the network, and if they don't do the right thing, they don't get coins. And you hope that this is a strong enough motivation for people to do the right thing. On proof of stake, we can keep doing that. We can also introduce some conditions where if validators do something wrong, we can add some small penalties or some larger ones in case of graver things. So from a security perspective, it kind of helps us bound the actions of the actors who like create the consensus on the network. And that just helps us like fine tune kind of the security of the network some more. And then the last bit around kind of scalability, the merge itself doesn't scale Ethereum. This is like a big misconception, but it does kind of lay the infrastructure that we can use to then scale Ethereum in the future. So like the way we think about scaling Ethereum is using all these layer 2 solutions that exist today. They need to publish a lot of data to the network, and that's relatively expensive to do today. So we hope in the future to add kind of different layers to Ethereum, kind of a data layer where people can post data there for layer 2s, and having these validators already kind of validating information about blocks allows us to eventually kind of add to their duties validating this data. So yeah, that's pretty much it at a high level. For users, smart contracts, everything should be smooth. For the network itself, we get much better sustainability, better security, and it kind of lays the groundwork for all of the scalability work. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim. That was quite nice overview. So I guess the microphone issue has been resolved.
Yeah, Vitalik, are you good to go?
Yeah, I finally have unmuted permissions, and I used them, so amazing.
Awesome.
Yeah, great. So why proof of stake, right? I think, so proof of stake has obviously been a dream for the Ethereum ecosystem since pretty much the beginning, right? So we started the proof of stake research with that blog post on Slasher back in January 2014, and then kept going through proof of stake algorithms of different kinds, eventually figured out the nuances around weak subjectivity, and then started researching this BFT style of consensus, and over the next couple of years eventually came to having things like Casper FFG and all of the various ideas around CBC, and the current plan started to solidify sometime around 2018, and finally. So the motivation
considerations that we had for proof of stake. I think there's one is work is very expensive, right? Like work it involves the people making of the network proving that they have resources or can have by like basically those resources being stabilized computing boxes that they then enable calculations with them pretty for just the network with those computers. Like you can see how that's really neutral and provisionless and all of those things, but at the same time, the most expensive possible way to do the thing. And proof of stake, some use the metaphor of virtual mining, where basically having a miner in the real world consuming real electricity. It's almost like when you deposit the Ethereum network simulates a virtual miner, and it's the same sort of process. You put in capital, and then that capital turns into some share of the network, and you get a right to participate in the network as a validator. You get to produce some percentage of the blocks, but it all happens in a simulated way without requiring any actual resource expenditure. So it's both better for the environment as well as I guess like other non-environmental externalities, like how proof of work just massively increased prices for GPUs and made a bunch of gamers angry, and proof of stake will do pretty much the exact opposite, and they'll probably even have a flood of cheap GPUs for some time. But also it is cheaper for the Ethereum ecosystem itself, and that comes through in the form of not having to have 5 million coins every year of issuance, right? So proof of work, it requires about 5 million coins every year of issuance. With proof of stake, the issuance is somewhere between, like, I guess, technically 0 and 2 million coins, but in practice, I think at about 700,000 coins every year today. And so it's much less than 5 million. Even that is issuance that is accessible to you as an Ether holder if you decide to so within the ecosystem. Those efficiency benefits, right? So good for the environment, it keeps resources. It's also has a lot of different, so censorship resistance is an important one, right? Like something that takes up a huge amount of electricity. It's serving on detecting it, but proof of stake, you just need to be unaware, and it's as easy to hide as anything. It is more secure in a bunch of ways, right? So there's concept of economic finality, where reverting even a single block takes a bunch of it requires a third of validators to get slashed once that block gets finalized. And even attacks that are not kind of 100% provable, so things like censorship attacks, there are a lot of those can be responded to by the community with a community organized software, where one of the things you can do with proof of stake is like you can basically have this a soft fork where only the people who participated in the attack would get kicked out of the validator set and lose part of their deposits, but everyone who did not participate in the attack would not. Whereas in proof of work, you can sort of, your only option is to change the proof of work algorithm, which just punishes everyone, and it requires a hard fork, and it's much more intrusive and abusable in a bunch of ways. So, and then finally, proof of stake also lays the groundwork for scalability, because it gives us these validators with validator slots and makes it easy for us to add other tasks to them, which would include validating sharded data eventually. So I think to summarize that, one of the ways that I think about this in a more philosophical way is like proof of work is based on the laws of physics, and so you sort of have to work with the world as it is, right? You have to work with electricity as it is, hardware as it is, what computers are as it is. Whereas because proof of stake is virtualized in this way, it's basically letting us create a simulated universe that has its own laws of physics. And that just gives us as protocol developers a lot more freedom to optimize the system around actually having all of the different security properties that we want, right? And if we want the system to have a particular security guarantee, then like often there is a way to modify also. So it's just that it's through and the efficiency and the security part.
Awesome. Thank you. You can see there are plenty of stuff for stake. And how excited are you, Vitalik? Like, I mean, you're taking time, right?
Yeah, no, I am absolutely excited from the proof of work era.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you for that. All right, passing it on to David now to introduce our next.
Yeah, coming up next, Jonathan Mann. Every single day for over 5,000, recently past 5,000. And of course, today is yet another day. So there's explaining the song that's coming up next for us.
Thanks, David. I'm super honored to be so, as David mentioned, I write a song a day, and in that capacity, because I'm starting writing songs documenting the that is now upon us. So the first one I did was about EIP 59, and I've written songs about every single. So here now is the final song in this series, and he sort of took me through. He told me this. So there's the sort of story, the ebbs and flows now of how we got here today, and that's what I try to put into the song. I want to make like a little narrative, every single stage, and the final song in this series, because we're here now. I got on a call with him today, and took me through. He told me this. So there's the sort of story, the ebbs and flows, and that's what I try to put into. I want to narrate about how it felt to be working and the highs, noise, and all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to called Pandas, and again, for the folks on Zoom, if you want YouTube, let's roll it. I'm super excited. Let's hear it. Pandas are not known for running, and again, watch YouTube. Let's roll it. Big dreams. It's called
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so next thing that we want to discuss, this is something that many people may have heard of already. Basically describes the aspect that we have in Ethereum. We have multiple clients that can be run on the number one process execution. That's very important to network health and decentralization. You're going to have Fuja run us through, why a client when it's in its bad state, and how do we overcome and say to you, Fuja.
Thank you, Anthony. Yes, client diversity is another one topic of consideration along with the upgrade of the existing client node. I know we can organization is part of this topic. How up on the screen, you are seeing currently two charts, one for notification clients and one for consensus clients. The red, yellow, green chart are generated as it's mandatory after here. We see that red is mostly on the notification side. Let's see why is it. For proof of work, we were considering that the client adoption should not be over 50% to avoid the differences in the data and everything else. So here it's certainly not in a very good position. And there's another major reason for that is like if there's anything goes wrong with it, a bigger section of the client may go down. But on the other side, if you can look into the consensus client chart, then you see the prism, it's not over 50%, but still it is in yellow, not in green. That's because when we come up with a conclusion on the consensus here, the consensus is made over two-thirds of participation and two-thirds of voting. Here it is over 33%, and that's the reason why we have marked it as yellow, not in the green. Now that we are switching to proof of stake today, the requirement has changed, and we will be seeing like why do we need client diversity? That is one of the biggest questions that may come to everyone's mind when we are looking into these charts. Probably we partially answered the most common question because we know there are major points of having a diversified distribution of clients for obvious reasons. Network security is one of the biggest reasons, and there are when you are testing any upgrade on the mainnet. It has an identifying consideration. There are other incentives associated with staking and functionality. Definitely having multiple strands of community. Why clients diversity? We just saw, and most of us may know that this has not been the case, but at the time when Energy and Open Ethereum not more. There were no client options available for miners. I the major reason for having more clients. There were more clients coming up and less availability of proper documentation of clients in now. And we are hoping that you will see a lot of changes coming up. So be ready for the changes with the merge trade. Did you know the options for you to run a client node? For execution layer, we are having 8 client nodes which will be available post merge for you to pick up to run an Ethereum node. And also on the consensus side, the number is no less. It is 6 clients available for you to pick up a node running option. Or maybe become validated for Ethereum blockchain. If you were not aware of any of the clients shared in the earlier slides, or you want to know more about that, or maybe about your favorite client feature, what's coming up, check out the Know Your Client series that on Ethereum Capital is used. You probably have this question in the mind right now, like how, as a runner, your hardware requirements that you think will be easier for node running with minimal setup. However, we do have support from the client team available. And if you are a staking pool or representing a staking pool, you must consider running more than one client. If running only one client node, then it is highly recommended to have it not the major one, like the client which is having the largest network share. I have added a couple of charts here for people's preference, like you can see when it comes to staking and when it comes to rewarding and punishment as well. Clashing can be painful and rewarding at the same time, depending upon which side of the node running you are. When you are running a majority client and if clashing happens, the pay meter shows us very high, pay meter is very high. But if you are running a minority client, definitely you are getting more rewards. Similarly, the chart on the right side, it shows for some of the bigger pools and what combinations client distribution we are having. Well, amazing that we are moving to watch merge and the absolutely crucial. Join us in building a revenue.
Awesome, thank you, Pooja. That was great. I hope everyone got a lot out of that. Client diversity is definitely critical and important to Ethereum. Fizz, do we have Justin Drake?
We do.
Awesome.
Welcome, Justin. Hi, everyone. Yes. So glad to have you. Oh, I'm going to introduce you. Justin Drake is absolutely, he has become one of my favorite Ethereum researchers. If you've ever listened to him, he's on Bankless frequently, and he speaks so much truth. And so tonight we're going to have Justin talk to us about the energy efficiency or energy use reduction in the new Ethereum proof of stake network. So take it away, Justin.
Yeah, sure. So, at a high level, we're going to be reducing the energy consumption of the whole world by roughly 0.2%. So Ethereum right now is consuming 0.2% of all the electricity that is produced. Bitcoin is on the order of 0.5%. And I can't think of a single technological innovation that reduces worldwide electricity consumption as much as the move to proof of stake does. And one of the really cool things about this energy reduction is that the mainstream understands it's something that's so obvious. There's so many advantages to the security improvements, things like the hardware to understand. So I think as a community, we should be proud we can't scale as a network. If we want to become the settlement layer of value, we need to grow to trillions of dollars to have very high security and bandwidth, and we can't be consuming 2%, 20%, 50% of all the world's energy. Now, the other thing that I want to highlight is that this is only one coin. This side of the coin is the heart is very much overlooked. Bitcoin, the energy consumption being largely stranded energy, so we know for sure that the ASICs were green. It's fairly fast. That is to a single use in the case of Bitcoin, and that ends up in a dump. And building ASICs is very resource intensive, especially the leading node ASICs like 3 nanometer or 5 nanometer that are used to build these pieces of hardware. It consumes lots of water, etc. Now, in the case of Ethereum, there's millions of GPUs specifically that are used to mine, somewhere between 2 and 20 million. Basically, it depends on what type of GPU is being used to mine. But what we should expect to happen is millions of GPUs enter the market and that to lead to a relief in the price of GPUs for gamers. So I guess it's good news all around, maybe except for the miners.
Wow, that is so great. Yeah, there are so many benefits that come from this shift to proof of stake. So many stakeholders. And I would like to say, no one's losing out, but people who are GPU mining, this is hard for them, and I hope they choose to join us with proof of stake. But it's so beneficial to everyone else. Thanks, Justin, for sharing.
Awesome. Well, the next topic is an important one. The reason we're all it is critical to Ethereum. It is what we're all about it, and someone that I really respect in the ecosystem, Superfizz himself. So go ahead, Fizz, take the floor.
Yeah, so I'm really excited to talk about centralization, and I want to talk really fast because I think we have about 10 minutes before the merge itself, and hopefully everybody's getting really excited. We're looking forward to hearing from Danny as we go into the merge, but I want to talk about something that is so incredibly important to our entire network, and that is that we
2 minutes.
become and maintain our decentralization network.
No. 10 minutes.
People have this idea that we need to stake more points on the Ethereum proof of stake network. We don't actually need to stake more points. That is not something that will inherently contribute to our success. But people who stake in this centralized way, that is solo staking from home, identifying trustful essential pools and staking with others. Concept of being enough for Ethereum to succeed. But we have to have that means that we are so decentralized that nation states, that corporations enough to act on it. And if we to stake our coins for us, then we don't have a decentralized network. We have a tool that maybe people are trying to extract value from, but we don't have a valuable decentralized network, and that's what we need to build. If you want to stake with Ethereum, I encourage you not to look for the cheapest way to stake. And the reason is, the cheapest way that you stake may erode the value of the Ethereum network so that your coins are worth less in 10 years. But if you're staking in ways that bring the network, like THON, you're actually so I believe that's I would love for it is a reflection of the mind there that
yeah, it can be a struggle sometimes, right? To kind of, I guess, like explain the benefits of decentralization, why it's so important. But thank you, Fizz, for that. I know we don't have much time here, so I'm going to pass it to David now to introduce the next topic.
Yeah, the next topic is actually getting down to the next topic is being the merge itself. We are about 8 minutes away. There are 33 blocks and counting. And so we're going to have to actually pass it to some of the experts in the room here because we're getting down to it. It's almost merge time. And for a lot of the people that don't know what's going on under the scene, once we merge, it's going to be kind of confusing as to what we need to look at, how we're going to embed this, what are we going to look at on the other side. So I'm going to pass it off to Davey Ryan to tell us what he is looking at and what other core devs are looking at to be informed as to what the state of the merge is after we actually hit that block number, that TCP number. Danny, are you with us?
Yo. Do we have a screen share of some logs and stuff and some dashboards?
Yeah, to be able to share screen.
We thought you were going to express those to us verbally.
I am. I can do it all verbally.
I know, right?
Okay. So, I think we kind of got the gist. The proof of work chain exists. The beacon chain is watching and waiting for this terminal number, at which point the first block on the proof of work chain that it meets or exceeds this number, the validators say, okay, I'm ready. And they take over. So at this point, they're all watching, they're all waiting. That is the point at which the first proof of stake merge block will be built. So that's kind of, we go through the sequence of stuff that we hope to see, the sequence of stuff that might be some red flags, and we might start digging in that. So we want to see that first block. That's the terminal code that will get that first proof of stake. That proof of stake mechanism not only builds the block, validator attestation. This is what I think. This is the head of the game. So right after we get that first block, we also start getting block attestations from prior blocks and prior swaps are included. So we hope to see over the course of the first block, 32 blocks, about 6 minutes, we hope to see mini blocks. Optimally, we'll see 32. If we see 30 or more, then we're like golden. If we see a bit of a drop, something like 25 in that range, we're going to say, okay, something's looking a little bit weird, we're going to be digging in. That's going to be one of our first indicators. Is that first epoch, mini block, we have a similar percentage of attestation. So on blocks and the attestation in that range. For this thing, each block is also that similarly we want to see in that. So after the happening. So we want to epoch and then finishing the next epoch, third participation. We're going to call that. And so if we look at one of these panels, it says we see analyzed happenings and justified happenings. That we see pretty much epoch 5, then you see epoch 5. So after that, to see we have 2/3 participation, we're going to see a justice. And after the next epoch, we're going to see a finalized. So this process is going to take anywhere from 12 to 18 minutes, depending on where that terminal block is. So let's see some of the other stuff that in these panels that we might be looking for. So on some of the dashboards, we're going to see participation. We're going to see kind of these slots continue to increase. We really want to see these epochs increase. Consensus mechanisms, switch to work stakes, ideally. And then we also watch logs. So nodes in the implementation of the software, they spit out what they're seeing. They pretty much say like, hey, I got this block. Hey, I did that. And it's not actually, it looks complicated, it looks a bit scary versus, a lot of this is I think a lot. Pretty much, I think all the ASCII Panda artwork displays. That'll be kind of our first. We also watch Block Explorer. This is kind of a visual representation of the stage, the logs, and what's going on here. So this, this beacon chain Block Explorer. This is open source Explorer. It's really cool. We get to see live as blocks
come in through this sequence. We also get a little bit of indication when we're watching the epochs justify, so you get this nice visual representation as well. So that's pretty much what I'm going to be watching for. You know, really, we want to see these really positive indicators, and we want to set analysis. Once we see finalization, we can take a deep breath, breathe easy, and we'll be monitoring, you know, obviously, the next couple hours, the next 2 weeks, honestly monitoring all this. So, I think we're about 2 minutes till, so I will turn it back over to you all.
Wow, 2 minutes till. That is, I have finally started to get the butterflies. That is pretty crazy. Okay, what do we need to be looking at? We're about to like walk away. What happens next? We definitely want to handle bugs. You didn't handle the bugs next.
That finalizes.
Let's know individuals.
Let's go. Let's we're playing the merge call. Make sure we have something to say when we're. I'm going to give a shout out to Eat Finance. Love y'all. Big hugs from Kansas City. That's all I got to say. Love y'all. You're a good man. It's never going to happen.
That is still later than this.
The amount of times I've been asked the question.
This is oh, there we are.
Oh, wow.
The pandas.
Hey, I got pandas.
Pandas.
Come on,
two.
Come on now. Let's go.
Pandas.
Let's go. Panda. Now it gets fun. Come on now. All right. I'm eating black licorice for Eat Finance, and I'm going to drink some Lafroig Scotch and a little bit of beet juice.
The merge is here. We went to say that. Years, it's here.
Still building a single chain.
We are not going to merge. We have merged.
That was final. Okay, so I'm watching logs, and I have a block in every slot.
Okay.
So we're like 6 slots in, and I think we're at 100% block rate. So that's implying that we have a very high percentage of validators online, connected, and running software that works.
We can also see transactions being included in the staking stream.
Early transactor on the mainnet. I'm gonna send.
Gas is 100 Gwei right now.
Wait, what's the gas? What's the gas rate? 100. So you're saying there is life on Mars? We got life on Mars. Life on Mars. It's been validated. Okay. 100% of move a block rate every day.
The really good news. The only good news is justify this epoch already. That's about with what we're doing. So this is looking like participation is actually going up to about where it was. The next epoch is really down, but this one's good.
So I want to click on a block and look at the sync committee participation. And we're all excited. It's really a surprise. We had every expectation that this would unfold this way, but it's still very exciting to see it unfold in reality. Let's go! Let's go! That's what I'm saying right now. I was told we needed to sound effects, so I'm not. So I'm going to just say, let's go. Let's go. Everybody should unmute and at least start to clap. We still clap a little bit. You know, we don't have to go all in. We don't have to, know, we just
I don't
like
know,
enjoy
the
the
other guy is
moment.
the e-finance guy. That's
And so,
e-finance.
for anybody who isn't aware of this yet, GPU miners on Ethereum are no longer
Trading with the kind of OGs that we
if
have
you're mining a GPU miner on the Ethereum proof of work network, nothing is happening. And well, you can mine blocks, but they will not be on the Ethereum network.
Attention GPU miners, you have a huge future in AI rendering.
No, but thank you. I mean, I never want to. Let's appreciate all the GPU miners did for us. They
Yes,
are
absolutely, 100%. A lot of us all did that thing. I mean, we all did it.
And I mean, I eagerly welcome GPU miners to come to the state. The network has done a lot for you. You're a part of us.
So we've seen all blocks so far. Every slot has a block. So we want to see 7.6. Yeah, but it happened partway through the month.
No, I'm just impressed that we have zero misses. Like, you know, we all kind of expected to have a few missed slots. We just kind of assumed it and to have zero missed slots.
It's almost like Vitalik's microphone worked, the whole time. We just didn't know it yet.
Is my microphone working this time?
Yes. Yay! Come on, man. Preach.
Another interesting note is that the supply has peaked at the merge, and if you go to Authors on of Money, you'll see that since the merge, we've gone down by 31 ETH so far. The website has an inflationary block yet. We may have had, I can have a look. No, it looks like they're not 100.
This one is on time. This one is early. Yeah.
The website is a little unstable because we have 10,000 current visitors.
Yeah. But they will not be missing. So the lips are not missing.
So if you're missing on the fund,
There's 41,000 people watching this. Hello, 41,000 people. So the slot visual on the chain is lagging. I'm still watching logs, and I think we're at 100% block rate for all of these slots. So again, some of the visualizers sometimes get out of whack, but the nodes are true.
That's one of the things that I mentioned in the beginning. We don't want you to take away what you see here and say, well, you know, I see 3 missed blocks. That's not the interpretation. But as Danny says, they have better logs than this visualizer, which is being run by a lot of people. So, yeah.
How many minutes are left in this epoch?
Halfway through this.
Okay. How many minutes are in the epoch again? It was something easy.
32 slots in the epoch, and so we'll even know because of the high percentage. We'll probably know that that's going to happen.
Gotcha.
I want to shout out the
Slot 22 or 23.
Yeah, I really appreciate the for developing the chain. It's an awesome product. Don't refresh that because I did it Cloudflare when I refreshed it with here, but like we're there. Like this is happening.
Yeah, there were like 4,000 people on the front page. And,
Congratulations, Danny.
yeah, congratulations, Danny, Tim, everyone. This is so awesome. This is incredible.
Like, congratulations, well over 100 people.
Everyone. Yeah. Yes. Everyone who has put so much time in it. All of the people in this call have poured their heart and soul in it, regardless of what your role is. You know, it's not just developers, it's not just researchers, it's community, it's home users, it's people who have a commitment to make this network real. So, thank you guys so much for sticking with it. Like, it's paying off right now.
I'm gonna just be a dead horse, as they say. I think we're at 100% of the slots in the slot so far. That's like, it's going as well as it could. So far. Tim wanted me to make sure that I said so far.
Let me say thank you to all the fine teams for all their excellent work. I mean, I'm just looking at my logs here and everything is just amazing, perfect. It's really well done to all the guys. It's pretty good. Fantastic.
That's some air.
It is some air.
Shout out to those guys. Holy shit! Like those guys have carried the solo staking community. I use those guys.
Just interrupt. Slot 23. We have enough votes to justify this epoch.
Okay, so we've technically justified the merge transition block. So we're 6.4 minutes away, assuming general optimal conditions of finalizing.
So I'd like to say thank you to everyone on Discord that helps each other out on Discord. It's a big help to us Black developers. So if you're one of those people on Discord that helps each other out, then thank you. You made it happen.
Thanks. David, can you really just double down on what it means for this to get finalized? Why is that significant?
So in proof of stake, we have this notion of economic finality. In proof of work, technically, we have reorgs to any depth. Economic finality in proof of stake to have a conflicting chain that looks just as good. You have to actually burn quite a bit of money these days. So really, what it does is it locks in these chains. So that block that you can finalize, and anything that came before it, you won't have that result. And so finalizing the merge transition is really kind of that symbol of like you cannot revert. It stamps the economic certification that we're firmly.
So once we are finalized, we are locking in economically with the full weight of Ethereum proof of stake. Ethereum proof of stake. See, that's an understatement.
I think 6 should be like the underlying word of the event.
Yeah. Oh, hey, I was gonna say, Vitalik, are you still here? Maybe you left off.
So we've missed one slot.
Vitalik is in the slot here.
We've missed so far, which is normal given there's like a 99% participation rate. We've missed slots every once in a while. We've missed one out of the slots we've
So as we reach the final few minutes, I just had a question. So Vitalik, everyone's like super excited right now and like really motivated and really loving Ethereum in the community. Like, do you have like a message for what people should do with that energy?
I feel like I have lots of messages. That's the thing, right? Like I think, this is the first step in Ethereum's big journey towards being a very mature system, and there's still steps left to go. We still have to scale. We still have to fix privacy. We still have to make the thing actually secure for regular users and all of this stuff. And I think we all need to work hard and do our part to make all of those other things happen as well. So I'm like, to me, the merge just like symbolizes from the difference between the sort of early stage Ethereum and the Ethereum we've always wanted early stage Ethereum to become. So let's go and build out all of the other parts of that ecosystem and turn Ethereum into being what we want it to be.
Awesome.
Just keep building.
It's worth noting.
Just keep chugging.
We've lost about 4% of validators, which my honest estimate was that we could lose 10 to 20% validators. Going down to 95% participation is incredible. We have so much headroom there, and it's likely that in the next hours, those 4% offline validators will correct their systems.
Superface, why do you think we lose because of execution client missing?
has been misconfigured in the past. I wouldn't be surprised. Have we required data DT secret since Bellafix, right? So that would explain it. I'm not sure.
It's hard to know. I mean, it could be some sort of intermittent failure with some sort of client error that we just don't have good visibility on at this point, or configuration also. Again, this is the kind of thing where -4%, pretty damn good, pretty near optimal. Anything above that is so, but that's it's an indication that there's a little bit of a over the next couple of days. With client diversity, especially with the node pairing across the execution layer, you can have intermittent failures here and there.
Am I correct that we're about 12 slots before central final stage?
3, because we know if we're getting a high inclusion rate, we know before we get to the epoch boundary that we're going to finalize. It's called an unrealized finalization, but it will in fact be realized.
Wait, do we have to wait another epoch, or is that the previous?
No, so we've done that. We've
done that. Okay.
Went through the partial epoch, then justified.
Right. Okay.
How are we doing it, Divka? One more slot.
So in a matter of seconds, we will know that we have finalized the Ethereum proof of stake.
We have it. Let's see you again.
Just Russ going to see first. Lots proposed. Lots of things changed from December 1st, 2020. So that was quite an exciting time.
What's our transition block? Can you think of it there? Yeah.
The camera from the series out there. There's a ton of people getting off the yelling right now.
Just imagine hundreds of people working on this for the past 4 years and researching before that. This is just an incredible meeting. We did a hot swap of the Ethereum network from proof of work to proof of stake. Didn't lose the transaction, didn't pause the network. Home users, people using the network have no idea change. But everything is everything.
We did it live.
We should soon know participation rate for 8.6.
Now we've
officially
96.03%.
Participation rate on 8.76. The guys
Welcome down.
This is amazing. This is amazing presentation, and that you made. Ethereum has made with becoming $1 billion performing a successful network at this scale. That to allow congratulations to clients. Definitely, I would like to congratulate all the miners who achieved the date of 15 September. I remember when it was announced the meeting that we were gonna have in mid of September. Published it, like 15 September we are going to get more, and see today and see today and the 9th time.
So awesome. it's worth noting. You know, sometimes there's a need to explain or describe something that wasn't. But as far as I'm aware, from the stream, everything was absolutely optimal. So this is great. Like I actually joked. I happened in the middle of the night before morning if we have to. But it's perfect. Everything's great. So this kind of wrap up our so just to summarize what has happened. We began this night a couple hours ago as a proof of stake network with thousands of people around the world mining Ethereum with their GPUs. About 5 minutes ago, actually about 13 minutes ago, the entire network should proof of stake, now relying on validators with 32 Ether deposits to guarantee the network.
And one of the biggest benefits of that is the 99.98% power reduction. So that is our win. That's why we're so excited, so proud of everyone.
So that does wrap up our closing stuff now. And I'd like to introduce Patricio Werthal. I hope on your screen right now you see POAP art for the past couple of hours. Pixel droppers, people in the community who hold the proof of attendance protocol pixels have been participating. And that project is led by Patricio Werthal. And he has been a tremendously positive influence in our community, supporting what we do, supporting the centralization. And welcome, tell us what's on your mind today.
There's plenty of that on my mind. It has been so long in the making. But let's make it this week so we wrap up nicely. We've done this really beautiful canvas. I don't think we ever had so many people. Not only systems in Scratch, we created a really unique piece of art. In POAP, we are creating an ecosystem for the preservation of memory. For many of us, this may be the most precious memory we will create in a long time. I don't think anyone here knows. We have developed a way for anyone who has participated in Canvas to create a time lapse of the vision they were making, so then you can have an NFT of whatever you were doing. While on the call, I was talking to my very good friend, and maybe only female friend for a few in travel, Roman Storm, and I was helping Roman shunt the Canvas in terms of a POAP fund and create his safe tornado card that you will get to see. And whenever we are able to mint an NFT of the profile of Roman facing pixels, that's going to be an awesome piece of art. And last thing that nobody has mentioned, this has been so long in the making, we have worked so hard, that it kind of feels the end of the cycle. But that's not only just not true, it is completely the opposite. This is the beginning of the cycle. Only now, Ethereum has completed what was promised in the first iteration, and now we have a strong ground to get to where we always want to be. Coming up next, we are going to explain how to get the most important part of this day, which is having been here at this time. Are you around?
I'm here. So I know the 30,000 people on the YouTube channel are all waiting for when POAP, so the idea behind POAP is that we are doing a spam resistance POAP, which is basically you're gonna send $10. You're gonna send $10 and this is the protocol guild. And the hosts here, Thankless, daily wage hearing taxpayers chose this because it's a really appropriate recipient of these funds. So the protocol guild request this, we are forcing these funds on them. And the protocol guild is collective of 119 core Ethereum contributors to maintain an on-chain registry of members. And this allows the community to help fund and incentivize long-term core protocol contributions. They also have a new NFT on the app that you can go this post return to go to the contributors. So donate $10 to Sparky. That can be on any network in the city and DAI, USD, RAI, do not send me. It has to be a stablecoin. You're doing DAI, RAI, and then each taker will and decide who's eligible from everybody who's donated $10 and we'll drop a POAP at the delivery where you will be able to claim your POAP in the next week or two. Any questions? Just another note. I think $10 is really fair for this POAP, only because it is a really important POAP. It is probably the most important POAP that we've had in a couple of years. It's akin to like the Beacon Chain Launch POAP, and we will see some farming. And so we want to make this a thing that isn't heavily farmed.
Yeah, we have no desire from the community. In fact, it is something that we struggle with every day. We want to go after resistance, but also spam resistance. And we don't have civil resistance yet. We cannot guarantee one person claiming a product. And so our intermediate step is to spam resistance. That way, one person has difficulty claiming thousands of POAPs, rather than require what I would say a fair donation to an ecosystem aligned project. I'm very happy with this system. Thank you, Patricia, for I found that POAP is an emotionally engaging project for this. One of the first emotionally engaging projects. I love it. The slide distance. Okay, hold on. We can or cannot for this to stay one.
Go by the slide.
Okay, that's fine. Sorry. Nick, thank you so much for describing the POAP acquisition process. And how long do people have to have that plan?
24 hours.
Sounds like we're moving to a Q&A section. For everyone who's not really appreciate your attendance today. We're going to move to a Q&A section for essentially for journalists who want to better interpret the merge, because the most important thing is that we get the story right. We're very proud of this story, and it's so important to us that the story is correct. And we hope that's important to everyone here as well. So we have a slider, and I think that Pooja, Hudson, and Nix are going to review questions. We know that developers have a lot going on, so we hope that you'll stay and provide some answers for them. I know I see a couple people who I trust so well that you guys are well. So I'll let you guys
and the Slido is in the eStaker Discord if you want to go put in questions. So question let's go to the first, the most upvoted question first. Which you see having a higher distribution after the merge? Liquid staking with distributed validators like Repsol or home staking? I'm gonna give that one.
Okay, I took that just for a minute, and I took it when I began here. That question was something I'm very interested in. Will you repeat it for me one more time?
Yes. Which do you see having higher impact on distribution after the merge? Liquid staking with distributed validators like Repsol or home staking?
Okay, so home staking is the gold standard of staking. The more decentralized, the more stakers we can get in homes, the more decentralized and robust we are as a network. The second part of that question was about distributed pools like Rocket will actually act as a decentralized pool because they have over 1,400 nodes. And so it's a permissionless system, and anyone who wants to run a Rocket pool node can run the same as if they were running a solo node. Now, the flip side of that are distributed liquid staking derivative funds. Those are far less desirable for the protocol because they tend to centralize a lot of in a very narrowly controlled environment. And so I think the best thing for the protocol is to avoid distributed or concentrated liquid staking derivatives and rather focus on liquid staking derivatives that continue to be centralized in the network rather than putting coins in one place. We don't need a network where all of the coins are in one place or in the hands of other people. That's false decentralization. That would essentially be us being dishonest with ourselves about the health of our network. Sorry, I get that's my passionate topic, so thanks for letting me answer that.
Hey, go over the POAP address again, just for the listeners.
The POAP address is staple.stateful.e. If you have a wallet that supports DNS, you can just go in and type staple.e. If it doesn't recognize that, you can go to ecosystem.io, type in staple.e, and it'll give you the address. I'm gonna tell you right now, it's N935. So that's what you should send $10.
So, yeah, if I can get the next question up here, directed towards someone. So what's the merge of clients from client then? What's the merge of clients? Consensus clients like TechU and Prism to sort of be solidified and located. And I'll probably repeat the question it's a longer one. Let's go ahead and answer this one potentially.
Future updates, sure. We're always involved to do. The chain is always growing, so we for one thing, always keeping on top of performance and making things better. And of course, the Ethereum roadmap never stops. We have proto-tank sharding coming, we have withdrawals coming, we have a huge slew of things we want to deliver over the next few years. So we might take a little break for a few weeks, but for sure the welcome.
Proto-tank sharding is going to have a lot of changes to it to implement. I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, all of the now happens on the consensus layer, so all of the data is shared on that layer now. So we can achieve that.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think more generally in terms of future Ethereum updates, proto-tank sharding is definitely consensus layer heavy. Whole-tank sharding is like it is also a consensus layer, but it's also like very separate from the rest of the work. Then the Verge is like an entirely execution layer. Any like account abstraction, EVM object format, blah 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 stuff is all execution layer. EPS is probably some weird of the two. We also want finality is entirely consensus layer. So I think realistically it's going to be something to be between the two.
Awesome, thank you, Ben, and thank you, Vitaly. Pooja, do you have a question and someone that you'd like to answer?
Hi, see a question here in the slide, like, what if these implementations of structures around liquid staking and decentralization? What practical tools should we aim for getting on it?
Yeah, this is another one that's kind of going over liquid staking, what staking was for kind of another piece of that, is that right? Let's see, who's good? Anyone from each state want to jump onto that, or otherwise I'll throw it to you.
So, I mean, in my opinion, liquid staking tokens are fantastic. They are a way for more people to get involved with the network. But what we need to focus on is that liquid staking tokens are stewards of the network. That they're not putting all of the coins in one pot and further centralized. So, what we need are more staking protocols that operate in a permissionless way to allow node operators to come online and further decentralize the staking. Right now there is one provider